All right. So what are we doing today? We're going to do a meditation
Oh, thank you,
and we're going
Jesus.
to do some other stuff. There's a Jessica and a Deb. Hey, Jessica and Deb. Well,
Hi,
welcome.
hi.
Hi. Hey, you got the same gap in your teeth like me.
Yeah,
Mine's
I do.
grown together a bit. My daughter inherited my tooth gap and she hates it. She's like, Dad, that's from you. She, I think it's great. It's like,
Yeah,
yes,
I had braces, but it went back out.
it suits you.
Thank you.
And if you ever take up cigarette smoking, you can wedge one up there and spit, and it's handy. All
Yeah.
right, so um, today I thought we'd do a meditation, or try to anyway. The nature of Zoom meetings is that everything's always a kind of a practice because the actual, I mean, not that this won't be the actual thing, but the actual playing out of your own discipline is more than likely going to happen in those moments where you're not really expecting it, right? So all the things that ever happen to you generally happen sort of walking down the street, washing the dishes, doing whatever. It's pretty rare unless you are completely enveloped in some kind of discipline, like as if you're a monk or something. But even then, the nature of mind is to deny. And so it doesn't matter what discipline you begin or what sort of practice you take up, there's going to be moments there that sort of underlie it all where you don't feel like doing it and all of that, which is the premise for the whole thing. So I always think it's better if you just be honest right from the start and say, I don't want to wake up. I don't want all this spiritual crap, right? I don't want peace, which is the first obstacle to love in the Course in Miracles, is the denial to get rid of peace, right? So really, you could look at this as the lazy man's version of spirituality, where we just come together in a Zoom meeting, really in the action of remembering, in the action of reminding ourselves what it is that we are, or that we have chosen to be about. Okay. Now, people occasionally do tell me, oh, dude, we were doing this thing online and something happened, right? But I'm more concerned, or I'm more oriented today with doing a Zoom, etc., with the idea of just laying down some groundwork so you can practice in your own time. Does that make sense? Rather than try to present a whole thing, because when I do, or when I used to do meditation, like a minimal meditation would be for about an hour, and then sometimes I would meditate for about 3 to 4 hours, and that would usually be in a group. We'd do a standing meditation or something like that, which I always found to be much more conducive to experiential, to communication, rather than sitting down in that sort of typical posture of Om and trying to still the mind that way. I always think if you're doing something that's more natural, more happy, more in alignment with the way you feel about things, rather than having to always be in this kind of rigid sort of, like there's a place for it, but you don't want to turn it into a religious practice. You don't want it to become ritualistic. So I like to sort of throw things up in the air and just, even Jesus in the Course, if you're going through the workbook lessons, there's about two or three different attitudes towards meditative practice that he presents. Right, there's like in the very early part of the workbook, he presents the idea of trying to push through the clouds, which is creative visualization. In the latter half of the workbook, he presents a more mantra style attempt at meditation, or it's stilling the mind to bring you into the place of no mind or stillness or whatever you want to call it, through the recitation of one of the concepts or the principles. Right? And then you'll find that if one of those particular things doesn't seem to work for you, the other one will. And I always say to people like who ask me about meditation, like if you were to go and ask Krishnamurti back in the day about meditation, he'd say, "What are you going to meditate on?" There's nothing to meditate on. Meditation's ultimately pointless. But we're more concerned with mind training, and in that regard, meditation is incredibly valuable, because a noisy mind is usually what brings you to mind training, and learning to still the mind, learning to keep the mind quiet, and being able to then master that and carry that with you throughout the day as an active state is something that most people, when I ask them about it, they say, "Oh, I'd love that. I wish my mind would just shut up." Right? But you have to train it. An untrained mind, an undisciplined mind accomplishes nothing. So we begin with the idea of meditation. If you are familiar with a mantra style meditative approach to inner silence, that's great. Maybe you've tried the japa beads or mala beads and things like that, those 108 beads that Buddhists and who are the other guys? Hindus sometimes wear. I don't know how many's on the Krishna. Oh, you got some on your wrist. But and you simply recite over and over and over, starting with the head bead, and you go round, around, 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 and round. And the whole purpose of it is to keep your mind focused on your on your recitation, not to let your mind wander off to, "Oh, there's somebody at the door. Oh, the phone's ringing. Oh, maybe I left the stove on." Right? The ego mind, that part of your mind that always chat, it will always try to distract you. Okay? Always. You will never get away from that. And the whole point of it is to stop trying to get away from it. Stop trying to control it. Stop trying to push it away and decide against it in that regard. All you can do instead of that is train your mind to focus in a different direction, which is what stillness is. Okay, so we're not against the ego, we're for the light. We're not against the chitty-chatty mind, we're for the silent mind. And as you begin to bring your mind into a state of silence, as you begin to learn that this works, that doesn't work, you'll naturally start to feel your way with more meditative things that you come across. And as part of your own journey, I can't tell you what's going to work for you and what's not going to work for you, but as part of your own journey, you'll begin to get a sense of it. Right? But everything has a used by date. Because the ego will corrupt everything. Okay? And until the point of self-realization, until the point where, and even after really to some regards, but until the point of self-realization and the fulfillment or the grounding of the purification process that also necessitates, you're going to be pestered by that voice in your head. Okay? Now, the more that you try to focus on stillness, the more that you try to focus on the light, the noisier it's going to become. It's like a child throwing a tantrum. And as soon as you ignore it, it screams louder, thinking, "Oh, it can't hear me. My parents can't hear me. I better scream louder. I'll throw more of a tantrum. That'll work." But it doesn't work. Your discipline has to become vigilance for the kingdom of heaven. Right? The price of perfect peace is eternal vigilance. I think it was Sigmund Freud said that. The price of peace is eternal vigilance. So, in the back half of the workbook, hang on, let me get rid of this pop-up. My own personal favourite, which got me out of many, many, many moments of conflict, in the practicing of it was, God is but love, and therefore so am I. And I would use that as my mantra over and over and over. Sometimes I would use it with beads, and I would work with my beads. And sometimes I was able to just sit down without any kind of catalyst, or any kind of assistance from the beads sort of as a thing, and be disciplined enough to do it myself. But you've got to start somewhere. I found the beads to be incredibly helpful for a while. Right? But after a while, it just became like a ritual. Oh, I better do my beads. I better do my beads. And I knew that wasn't what I wanted. Right? Because I didn't have a religiously oriented mind. I didn't have a ritualistic mind. I like to be able to flow with things and just appreciate the nature of how my spiritual well-being took a corner this way and took a corner that way and showed me this and showed me that. And at a certain point, you realize that all your rituals and your traditions and things start to hold you back. They're useful to a certain point, and then you have to let them go, and you find yourself in that empty space again. Now what? Now what? Now what? Okay? And I'm always asking to be shown. So I make my connection with the Holy Spirit every morning, and I ask to be shown, what would you have me do today? Right? You can't ask that and then, hang on, I just got to do my beads. Okay, so does that make sense? It's like, but you'll find there's a moment where you feel like doing it. And that's when you do it. It's like with meditation. If you turn it into a ritual and you practice every day, it's going to become religiously oriented in your mind, and you're not going to be in the flow of your experience. You're going to feel this sort of obligation to it, right? But the whole way throughout, you're free. If you feel like meditating, meditate. If you feel like praying, pray. You've got to feel it, not because I tell you or anything, but because it's coming from you. Right? I feel like doing this today. I feel like I need to. Right? So the whole thing is, the whole spiritual journey is you learning to get in touch with your own honesty, your own sense of yourself, right? Because ultimately you're presenting yourself to the altar of truth within exactly as you find yourself, not as some religion tells you to do, or not as some preconceived beliefs you've developed along the way tell you to, because you feel like making the approach to truth in this moment. And if you don't. Like, there's no right or wrong in any of this. Be happy. Just be yourself and let your life flow the way it goes. Now, as you're doing that, as you're simply about your life, obviously the obstacles are going to come up because you're here in the world. It's a universal classroom and there are lessons to learn. You're going to know those obstacles. You're going to know those lessons that are being presented, because you're going to lose your peace of mind, which is a good thing. Right? If you're in the world and you had perfect peace of mind and there was no lessons to learn, you'd be screwed. Why am I still here? I want to move on in the journey of my soul. Right? So you've got to learn to see all those obstacles, all those things that upset you and irritate you, as actually things that are helpful to you, not as things that you have to avoid or try to put off or anything like that. If you're really actively about your purpose, you'll be looking for those things. You'll be looking for those obstacles. What upsets me? Right? You get through the whole day and it's like, I want these things to push me. I want someone to push my buttons. I want someone to trigger me. Otherwise, am I so deep in my own denial that I'm just blocking myself off with a whole bunch of spiritual gobbledygook so I don't have to feel anything? That's what transcendence is. We're not here to transcend, we're here to transform. There's a big difference. Transforming is seeing the block, seeing the obstacle, and healing it through forgiveness, actually doing the work. And transcending is seeing the same obstacle or same block and telling yourself, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just a dream. Well, obviously it matters, or you wouldn't have to tell yourself that in the first place. Right? You've already reacted to it. And that's where you have to be honest. I have reacted to this person. I have reacted to this situation, this event, whatever it is. Now I need to do the work. My favorite line, probably, I've got so many, I don't really have a true favorite, but my favorite line in the course is, why would you react at all to figures in a dream that you truly knew you were dreaming? Right? Think about that. If you truly knew this was a dream, why would you react to it the way you do? Because you have a vested interest. You are defending the premise of your experience, even though you've forgotten what you're defending. It's like there's a background running program going on here, and you just acquiesce to it. And when stuff shows up, you react the way that that voice in your head tells you to, and you don't even stop to think maybe there's a different way. Maybe sometimes you do, and maybe sometimes you see it in retrospect. You'll sit back in your chair at the end of the day and look at a situation that upset you, and maybe you'll think, oh, I could have reacted better in that situation. I mean, everybody does that. It's just natural, you know. But the whole point of spiritual process is to allow the Holy Spirit to go before you and pave the way so that you don't have those conflicts. And if you do have those conflicts, to be able to look at them with the Holy Spirit, because they're only ever going to be, conflict is only ever going to show up in the immaturity of your understanding of your new purpose. Right? Forgiveness is my function as a teacher of God. Now, when the mind is trained to hold grievances, it's completely the opposite of the function that you're taking on board as your new purpose. Right? The mind is heavily weighed down on the side of denial. That's why you need 365 lessons, and it's why Jesus says this is a required course. It's like crazy. And once you start to see how your ego corrupts everything, you begin to realize the need for those lessons. It's like, damn, I need double that many lessons. I'm so stupid. I need, how did I not see this? And I'm speaking from my own experience. But it's a joy. It's a joy to be stupid. It's a joy to be wrong. It's a joy to be mistaken. And you learn to laugh at yourself again. Right? It's like, oh, damn, I thought there was a world. I thought that was real. And you kind of like start to see everything as funny. You can't not, because you realize you're doing it to yourself. And it's like, oh, damn, you do this a lot. Slap your forehead. Oh, I did it again. I did it again. I interacted with that thing. I represented my defenses. And the next thing you know, love was not the result, was not the outcome of the relationship or the situation. All right, better luck tomorrow. So you have all these tools that you learn to use, right? Forgiveness, tolerance, patience, giving and receiving. Receiving's a big one, right? Receiving, letting yourself receive the gifts of the universe. Right? Remember that your initial experience here is denial. Okay? It's going to cloud the waters of every experience you find yourself in until it doesn't. And you'll know that by your own state of inner peace. Am I at peace in this situation? Well, be honest. If you've even got to ask the question, obviously you're not. Every relationship should be to you like water off a duck's back, in the world but not of it. Just flowing along, perfectly flowing along. One joyous interaction to another. That's how it should be. And not joyous because you're glossing it over with a lot of spiritual bypassing and pretending that you're not really affected by it. Joyous because you're using those relationships properly in order to dig into your own denial and bring an equilibrium to the relationship. That's what it's for. That's the reason you're in any relationship. Everything's always good at the beginning. You have this honeymoon period in relationships. It's great. This person's lovely. I like them. And then all of a sudden, one day, boom, something happens. They've got a bad habit in it. It's like it activates your PSD or whatever that's called. OCD. And then you start to look at it again. Oh, I didn't know that person was like that. Well, there is no person like that. There's only me reacting to a figure in my dream. And if I keep my finger on my nose, I can see what it is that that trigger's pointing to. Because anything that disturbs you, anything that upsets your own sense of perfect peace is an opportunity for forgiveness. Anything. It doesn't matter how you want to couch it, and the ego will always try to couch it in spiritual terms. Oh, I'm more advanced than that person. That person's got lessons to learn. I'll be patient and tolerant with them. That person is the lesson that you're learning. Don't project it back out onto them. Take it on board. It's like, hang on, this is unconditional love that I'm practicing here. I can't be unconditional if I'm separate from somebody, right? There's someone else with their lesson and me with my lesson. It's like, no, that's not how unconditional love works. There's only me. And the reflection of the lesson, or the witness to the lesson, is not only made up from my reaction to the situation, but their reaction to me. It's a whole thing. It's all inclusive. It's altruistic. If someone's got a problem with me, that's my problem with me. It's unconditional love. You've got to try and get that. It's unconditional. Any ripple in the matrix anywhere is my ripple. I'm totally responsible for my dream because I'm the one who's aware of it everywhere I go. It's me that understands, gives it a classification, etc. Okay. With having a new purpose, forgiveness, right, and healing, let's say, it's all the same thing. With having a new purpose, at first, because my mind is weighed down on the side of denial, I'm going to miss those opportunities because I'm just going to react to things in the normal way, in the usual way that I do. And my mind is going to become more focused on looking for the things that really upset me, like the Donald Trumps of my world, or the Bidens of my world, or the whatever it is that upsets you, right? That's what my mind locks onto. But my kids doing whatever they're doing in the background, I tell myself that doesn't upset me. But the fact that I take myself out of my sense of inner peace to locate myself with my kids in the background, of course it upsets me. But I tell myself, I'm not upset because it's not the Donald Trump version of being upset, or it's not the bloody Elon Musk version of being upset. Those things upset me, right? But Jesus says in the Course, even a little tiny sigh of discontent is the tip of the iceberg of complete terror, complete fear. So you learn to use every little thing. Oh, bloody kids, always screaming around the kitchen, throwing things and da-da-da-da-da. Use that. Use everything. Right? Everything is mind training. Everything is the universal curriculum. There's not the universal curriculum and then your regular life. It's the whole across the board experience that you find yourself having as a human being. Right? And we want to keep it at the human being level and not transcend that with, oh, I'm a spirit having a human experience, la-di-da-di-da. Because then you're just putting yourself on some other kind of premise which isn't where your boots on the ground are. That may be the truth, that you are the spirit, you are divine, you are innocent, but look where you find your feet. It's like, aha, I've got work to do. This is where I find myself. So meditating and training the mind is part of that work. Right? You're going to be the spirit whole and perfect as you were created forever and ever, whether you like it or not. But that's not how I seem to experience myself here and now, and that's not why Jesus gave me 365 lessons. What's part of the reason? The other part of the reason is to undo the way I think I see things now. The first half of the workbook, let me undo the thought system that I've learned, that dualistic yin-yang thought system that I've learned since being in the world, since Sesame Street, and then let me learn to see with an altruistic or singular perception through bringing my mind to a singular state here. Okay? Singular state on earth locks in with singular state in eternity, as above, so below, boom, shanka, enlightenment. You're out of here. Okay? But it's like square peg, round hole. If your mind's still functioning from a dualistic flip-flop perspective, how are you going to squeeze back in. Like God wants you back in eternity, let's say, and I'm just using very loose concepts here. God wants you back in eternity, but you don't fit. The mind must be purified, has to be returned as it was given, right? And that's a process. Luckily, you don't have to know how to do that. You just have to allow the Holy Spirit to do it within the parameters of the experience you find yourself having here. And that's where you'll witness to it. Once you start to witness to the changes in the nature of your relationships on earth, you'll begin to become less attached to them, less concerned about them. All of that stuff, Donald Trump fades away, Biden fades away, Elon Musk fades away. We don't have any interesting news here in Australia. I have to sort of live vicariously through American TV. Our politics is like the beige of politics. So we're going to do a little closed eye thing for a minute. I want to just take you guys. I'm going to do creative visualization because I've always found it quite helpful for me. If you're in a hard wooden kitchen chair, maybe put yourself in a comfortable chair or get a cushion or something like that. I don't want you to fall asleep, although you might. Where's Deb over there? We're going to do a more hypnotic, suggestive, visualized sort of version of going within. Okay, you may think that it has no effect on you at all, but it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you're willing to practice. That's what matters, because you're putting effort into something, and whether it works or doesn't work, it's better than not putting any effort in. Okay, the whole way of your meditative being, which like living spirituality is a meditative state. You could look at it that way, a singular state. But the whole way of your process is going to be this and then that, but also not this and not that. Right? You're going to try all sorts of stuff one way and all sorts of stuff another way, and in the end, you're going to get a result. But the result wasn't dependent upon the way that you practiced. Just the fact that you practiced. Okay, it's like a doctor. A doctor uses a whole bunch of books, goes to lectures and everything in order to become a general practitioner. When they qualify and graduate, they don't necessarily need all those books anymore. The books got them to where they wanted to be. Okay, so the whole process falls away in its accomplishment. It's like a car. A car gets you from A to B, but you don't get to B and then sit in your car. You get out because that's where you wanted to go, and you leave the car behind. Okay? The whole point of the course is to get beyond the need for it. All right, so close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Max, that goes for you too. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths. And just relax. Bill, are you there, or are you just out in the night sky? Oh, there he is. Gotcha. Take a few deep breaths in through the nose, out through the top of your head. Try to imagine you're like a dolphin with a little portal in the top of your head, just gently breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out, just at a relaxed pace. If you've done energetic breath work or anything like that before, forget about it. Just close your eyes, breathe in, and just breathe out normally. Okay? Now, if you're comfortable, I'm going to take you on a little journey. Nashua, he's walking around. A bit hard to do that with your eyes closed. You got a hall pass for this one, brother. You're good. We don't want you walking out into traffic. Okay, relax. And I want you to try to let go of your sense of your physical body. You can tell yourself to let go. You can instruct yourself that's what you're going to be attempting to do. Like, just get comfortable with the idea. If you've got any sort of itchy spot, give it a quick scratch. If you need to adjust your seating, do so now. Okay. Take a few deep breaths in and out. In and out. And I want you to feel your body. Let your awareness go to all the extremities of your body, your fingertips, your toes, your tailbone, the top of your head, your rib cage, all your bodily organs inside. Just have a good think around and just go through the whole construct of the shell of the vessel. Just let it be there totally. Yep, there's this, there's a bump there, there's a sore spot there, there's an aching back, there's whatever it is. Just let the whole thing be there for a moment. And breathe. Now, as you're breathing, I want you to relax. Just try to relax all of those bodily parts. Give yourself permission and give those bodily parts permission to relax. Feel your shoulders slump. Feel your legs relax and go sort of more casual. If you're sitting in a chair where you've got to support yourself upright, that's probably not the greatest position. If you're in like a big Papa Sun chair, that's probably a better kind of thing, but we'll do it anyway. Now, I want you to start with your fingertips. Focus on your fingertips on both hands. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. Relax your fingertips. Conscious focus. Relax your fingertips and bring your sense up into the palms of your hands through your fingers. Relax and let yourself feel more deeply relaxed. Deeper and deeper. And tell yourself, relax, let go, and bring your awareness into your wrists. Relax your wrists. Let your wrists go deeper and deeper. And then move slowly up your forearms to your elbows. Feel all those muscles and let them relax deeper and deeper. And through your upper arms, biceps and all of those muscles. Relax, relax, and go deeper and deeper and into your shoulders and your collarbone. Relax. And now your neck, all those muscles, the spine, up into your head. Feel your head. Feel that weight. Feel your brain inside, your eyeballs, your lips and teeth, your ears, the hair, all of it. Relax and go deeper and deeper. And now move slowly back down to your trunk, to your heart and your chest and your lungs and that part of your spine, to your diaphragm, and relax and go deeper and deeper and let it all go. Move down to your abdomen, slowly moving down, feeling it, all those internal organs, intestines, kidneys, liver, all of that stuff, down to your pelvis, going deeper and deeper, and relax into peace. And now feel your pelvis and your groin and your buttocks, and relax, relax, and let yourself feel deeper and deeper. And your hips now, and down slowly down through your hips to your thighs. Those bigger muscles, let them relax and go deeper and deeper to your knees. Feel your knees and let them relax. Let yourself feel your knees deeper and deeper and relax. Take a breath. Now down your shins and your calves, slowly going down. Deeper and deeper, all the way to your ankles. Very relaxed, very peaceful. Deeper and deeper into your feet, to the heel of your feet, and to the arch and the tops of your feet and the balls of your feet, down to your toes. And go deeper and deeper and relax. And now right to the tips of your toes. Breathe and relax. Letting go of everything. Relax your body. Relax the whole thing and let yourself feel deep. Let yourself feel relaxed. Deliberately, consciously relax. And now just breathe. Slowly in, slowly out. Slowly in, slowly out. And just keep breathing for a few moments. Slowly in, slowly out. Listening to my voice one more time, slowly in and slowly out. And now I want you to focus on your consciousness. Breathing in, breathing out. Focus on your mind and its purpose. Its purpose is to become peaceful and to be at peace. Breathing slowly in, slowly out. Focus on the value that you give being peaceful. Focus how important that is to you. Let it be all-encompassing, that peace becomes your most important and in fact your only consideration in life, so that everything else can flow from you in a peaceful way, affecting the nature of your life, not only within your own awareness, but in the lives of those around you as well. Bring your mind to an understanding, bring your mind to a position where you can see the goal of inner peace in front of you, as if you're looking at a trophy, as if you're looking at something desirable, as if you're looking at something that has total benefit to you. This is my goal, and nothing else is my goal. The goal of our course is inner peace, and the means to reach it is forgiveness. Try to keep those two things in perspective. Inner peace through forgiveness. Look at the value that you're giving them. Don't look at anything else. If your mind tries to distract you, bring yourself back to looking at the value that you're giving to inner peace. Take a breath in, out, in, out. Good. Now just relax. Just relax. Inner peace is what you are. Peace is what you are. In this world, it is possible for you to master the state of inner peace. It is the only singular state available to you in this world. It is the middle path. It's not good, it's not bad, it's right in the middle. It's not mine, it's not yours, it's right in the middle. It's not better or worse, it's right in the middle. It's the narrow path, the middle path, where you bring the past and the future together and find yourself in the I am. Find yourself in the state of beingness. In this world, this is the closest state to God you will achieve. Beyond this, God takes the final step. Your forgiveness will bring you near enough to heaven that the love of God can reach down to you and raise you up to Him. And that's a direct quote from the Course, from Jesus. Inner peace is the goal of the Course. Relax. Breathe. In through the nose, out through the top of the head. Feel. Feel the state of being at peace. If you don't appreciate the goal, you're not going to become vigilant for it in the moment where you're tempted to yield it up to conflict. It has to become more important to you than being right about anything in the world. It has to become more important to you than being wrong about anything in the world. Because it will help you to transcend from the dualistic thought system, the yin-yang thought system, into a celestial sense of yourself. And whilst you still have work to do, whilst you still have tethers to the world, your mind must learn to value the goal of your spiritual determination, which is inner peace, so that you can carry it with you everywhere you go. Forgiveness will help bring it back to you if you lose it, if you find yourself distracted. You're learning to develop a singular sense of self. Breathe in, breathe out. Go deeper and deeper. Now I want you to focus on what is beyond inner peace, what the purpose for inner peace is, because inner peace of itself is a stepping stone. Miracle-mindedness brings you to becoming revelation ready. Learning to be miracle-minded brings you to the state of being revelation ready, where the memory of truth can be restored to you. Let your mind reach out to truth. Invite it in to join with you. Inner peace is the way, but it's like the books in the doctor's office. Eventually you need to get beyond the need for inner peace and enter into the reason that you are taking it on board as your goal in the first place. Enter into your true state, your higher state. Breathe in and out. What is beyond my perfectly peaceful mind? And you wait there. You allow yourself to wait in that place inviting truth to join with you, and inviting you yourself to remember it. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Relax. Relax. Take a breath in and out. Take a breath in and out, and just be there with yourself for a moment. Now you have an understanding. Now you have a perspective. Let that perspective be there. It's okay to examine it. It's okay to look at it. Inner peace leading to revelation readiness. Forgiveness restoring inner peace. And all the particulars of forgiveness you will learn as you go along. All the machinations of relationships that will bring the opportunity for forgiveness to you, you will learn about as you go along. But inner peace is your goal, but your purpose is the memory of God, bringing your mind to a singular state so it becomes revelation ready. Be still and know that I am God. Everything you need is already within you. Everything you need you already have. This Zoom meeting, me, the book, is just part of a set of props, part of a set of cues to help you remember that you already are truth. You already are mind awake. The world is nothing more than a memory already over. It's like a rerun of Gilligan's Island. You already know they never get off the island, but yet you can't turn your focus away from the television set because just maybe this one time they'll get off the island. They never get off the island. That would be the end of the series. That would be the end of the show. And that's what the ego wants you to focus on. Gilligan's Island. If you've got to this part of your journey, where you're in this Zoom meeting, where you've got a copy of the Course in Miracles in your hands, you're already done with Gilligan's Island. You know there's nothing there for you. All the shiny things of the world are nothing. There may be still hidden denial in you, but that's the journey to uncover that. We seek for the blocks and find them. Breathe. Good. Don't open your eyes just yet. Just sit there and just let things consolidate, let things go in. You have a true purpose. You have a real purpose for being in the world. You are helping Jesus. You are helping the heavenly hosts. You are playing your part in the resurrection. That can look as simple as just turning up for work tomorrow, or it can look as complicated as putting on your staff and your sandals and walking out with your back to the world, like St. Francis. How it looks is immaterial. How your life proceeds is immaterial. Your focus is on healing. Your focus is on inner peace. When I sat with Jesus on Mount Warning, he said to me only a few things. I went up there wanting to know what should my life be like as someone who was seeking truth. And he said to me, go wherever you want. Do whatever you want. Just never let go of my hand. You cannot put a foot wrong. You're never in any place by accident. There's no such thing as circumstance. The universe does not make mistakes. Just as you coming here seem to be coming to a place of total chaos, the witnesses to that will remain for every other soul that comes here to have that experience.
Dane.
But you are now in the exit program. You are now in the purification of the mind. Don't be concerned with the figures in your dream. Don't be concerned with the situations that still seems to play themselves out. You're not here to fix the many problems of the world. You're here to realize the true nature of self and move on in the journey of the soul. That's all. Breathe. Heaven on earth is a state of mind, not a physical manifestation. You will be witness to the Holy Spirit's activity in you through the healing of your relationships by recognizing that you are no longer concerned about them and trusting everyone and everything to the divine will of God. Letting go of control, letting go of upset, letting go of the need to manipulate or change other things or situations or people. Purified, healed, and in the process of the same. Breathe. Now I want you to start to feel your body again. Wiggle your fingertips, wiggle your toes, flex some muscles. Just bring yourself back. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. Don't rush, just take your time. Maybe shake it out a bit. Good. How'd you go, Deb? I thought you'd like that one, being a hypnotist. It's got a very, it's a very hypnotistical, is that a word? One of the first experiences I had of the light, I went to a hypnotist for impotence and for cigarettes when I was about 19. I had a awful relationship, and I became very insecure with myself, and it affected me profoundly. As a young man, you get affected profoundly by pretty much everything, and I suppose as a young woman as well. But I went to a hypnotist, and the spinning thing didn't work. She couldn't put me under with the spinning thing, and the dangly thing that go, watch this, like that. That didn't work. And she tried pretty much that exact technique of deeply relaxing my body, and it went for a whole hour, that session with the hypnotist. But when she took me into the place of stillness to relax my mind, and I guess with the precept of wanting to look at my issues at the time, I had an experience of light, like just right here behind my third eye in my consciousness, just this tiny little pinprick. It just went bing and then gone, just for an instant. And it brought me out of the hypnotic state, or out of the relaxed state that I was in. And I asked her about the light. I said, "What's that light in there?" Thinking that she must have known about it because she was a hypnotist. And she's like, "Oh, I've never heard of anyone experiencing light or anything before." And immediately I knew I was in the wrong place from that point on. It's like my journey was now taking another turn. So I wasn't going to come back to her. And the funny thing was, the reasons that I went there were instantly healed in that moment, that connection with the light. So go figure. But I was only about 18, 19 then, and it was a beautiful thing. How you feeling, Max? Good?
Yes, I feel good. During that meditation, I'm aware of where I have tension in my body. It's almost like feels like a tack in a way. I feel in the back of my neck.
Right,
Yeah.
right. If you have a more comfortable chair too, it helps.
Oh yeah.
Like a Papasan chair or something like that. It's very helpful. But you can practice that, like deliberately tell yourself. You can spend a few moments. Don't turn it into a ritual, like I said before. Just when you feel like it, it's like, oh, I really need to relax, and take yourself into that relaxed state. Once you've relaxed the body, once the body's sort of out of the way, it's like one of the lessons in the course towards the end. Jesus says, if you're meditating properly, you shouldn't feel your body at all. Okay? Now, in Zen Buddhism, the little stick that they have, the master walks around with the little stick. I think it's called the bow. And if you're meditating properly, when he whacks you across the back with it, you don't feel it at all. If you can still feel him hit you across the back, and he hits you quite firmly, if you can still feel that across your back, you're not deep enough into the meditative state. Right? And that meditative state, upon, let's say, awakening from it or coming out of that state, you should be able to learn to master that as the idea of your peace, even in the world, right? Going through life, those aches and pains and things that you have, you should be able to intuitively kind of like direct the power of your mind, right? If the mind can heal the body, but the body can't heal the mind is obviously the more powerful of the two, right? You can direct the chi or the energy or the light of your mind, of your truth, even to the healing of your body. Okay? It's kind of clumsy at first. Right? The body is a self-healing mechanism. And when we reach for medicine, and I'm not saying don't reach for medicine, don't get me wrong, but when we reach for medicine and stuff like that, we're telling ourselves subconsciously, I'm not capable of dealing with this, and reinforcing that belief within ourselves, right? But if you look at Jesus as our ultimate example, it's like, well, by your faith alone are you healed. In the moment where I healed myself from cancer, or God healed me from cancer, it happened instantaneously because I made the decision for it. I have no use for this. That decision was made in the mind. Instantly, my body started burning with a red heat, like a hot heat all throughout my arms and up my chest and into my neck, which is where it was affecting me the most at the time. And I haven't had it since. That was like 27 years ago, 26 years ago. But it was a decision in the mind. But everything that you listen to, that chit chat in your mind, has one specific purpose: to disempower you, to keep you in the world, to keep you in that false belief where you think, I'm a body, I'm not the spirit, I'm a body, I'm just like everyone else here, doomed to die. Okay? Brian, what's going on, brother? You got your hand up? Is there a question?
Yeah, the ego so destructive as its purpose to mess with you.
Right.
Or you why.
Well, that's the purpose that you gave it, right? When you came here to this world, when you chose to have the experience of being separate from God, the ego is sort of like your guide in a far land. I want an experience of chaos. And this is the crazy thing. You'll discover this in your mind. You'll discover where you sabotage your own best interests, and you won't be able to deny it, right? But The ego is, you know, when you go to a, I think I talked about this in our last Zoom, but when you go to like a big museum and they give you the headphones and you walk around by yourself, a self-guided tour, and you can look at the things and it tells you what you're seeing, that's the ego, right? It's always going to do that. That's its job. That's what you programmed it to do. Tell me what I'm seeing. Tell me what I'm looking at here, right? But you forget giving it that authority. You don't remember instructing your ego to keep you preoccupied in the world, to validate your experience of denial, to validate separation.
When did I do that?
Sorry?
When did I do that? Give it.
Before you came.
Right.
Not within the framework of time and space, right? It's like a background running program. Separation, let's forget for a second that separation never occurred. Let's look at it where we find ourselves in the occurrence of it, in the seeming occurrence of it. Okay? So, Course in Miracles from Jesus. I'm fucked up, I'm separate. I think I'm separate. I'm having this awful experience where everything this way and that way. And it's like, well, Jesus says in the Course that the world, the whole physical world, was made as a place where minds could come to learn to make better choices, right? Learn to make better decisions. But the reason for that isn't because the initial or the fall from grace happened in the world. It happened in eternity. Into eternity, where all is one, crept a tiny mad idea at which the Son of God remembered not to laugh. And in his forgetting, did that tiny mad idea take on serious proportions, blah, 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 right? So the decision for separation, and you can look at it as the fall from grace, or the war in heaven, all of that stuff. Somewhere we picked a side and it was the wrong side. But you didn't know what you were choosing for. You're an innocent child of God. You didn't know you were choosing for this. If you did, there's no way you would have chose for it. Look at all the crap that goes on out there in the neighborhood, you know, like it's just like, what the hell? Right? Why would I choose this? Right?
I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions, but why did we choose that?
Exactly. Why did you choose that? You tell me, you must be crazy, right?
I love it.
But you don't know why you chose. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. The idea of Adam and Eve, right, in the garden. They're perfectly innocent. The first man and the first woman, perfectly innocent, stark naked, just eating everything, doing everything, enjoying each other's company. Life's perfect. It's the utopia that everybody sort of dreams about, the Garden of Eden. All of a sudden, and this is the whole thing's an analogy, but all of a sudden along comes a snake and says to Eve, "Eat this." And Eve's like, "Ooh, God told me not to eat that one." And the snake's like, "No, it's okay. God doesn't know what he's talking about." And you're like, "Okay, because you're innocent." Right? In the same way, you look at little children, you know, little tiny children. You can tell them that broccoli tastes like candy floss or something, and they'll try the broccoli. They don't know any different. And then they'll go, it's not candy floss. Right? They can be tempted to, you know, and mothers, I'm sure, do. They probably try to get their kids to eat vegetables, but, you know, Brussels sprouts. It tastes like chocolate. It's like, ugh. But at least then they've got it in their mouth and they can make their own decision about it, whether it tastes like chocolate or not. And maybe they'll put it in their mouth and it's not so bad. Oh yeah, I don't mind this. Right? But even boiled Brussels sprouts, you smell them and it's like, I don't know. You know, so, but the whole idea of your eternal innocence or your divine innocence is implicit in your creation, right? It can't be corrupted because God made you in its own image. You can only believe that it can be corrupted. You can only believe that you're separate from God. That doesn't mean it's true. But the power of your mind is so strong, you make a whole experience of yourself as being separate from something, capable of real effects, what seems to be real effects, and then you find yourself here. Right? Here is the platform where you work it all out. Here is the platform where you remember that nothing ever happened, that there is no world. But it's sort of like paradoxical that you find yourself in the world to learn that it doesn't actually exist in the first place. But you can't ever escape the paradox. All you can do is bring your mind again and again and again up into that tight wedge of the paradox where it's inescapable, and then in that place ask for help. Father, I seem to be in conflict. That's impossible because I still remain as you created me. I need a miracle. I seem to see chaos, death, and destruction, but that's impossible because you didn't create those things. Therefore, I'm seeing something that doesn't exist. I need help. I'm obviously delusional. Right? It's a divine delusional. Think of it that way. It's like you give a little child a chemistry set and you say, now, follow the instructions. We don't want you to blow yourself up. And if you're anything like me when I was a boy, the last thing you do is follow the instructions. You just start mixing stuff because you want something to go bang. You want a big cloud of green smoke. You want to see what you can do with it all. If you follow the instructions, you know that's going to be the safe way. Right? You don't want the safe way. I want something else. I don't know what else I want, but I just want to see what I can do here on my own. Right? And boom, you've blown yourself into a whole nother reality. Jesus has to come along, 2,000 years ago. He goes, oh, there you guys are. We wondered where you went. You've all blown yourselves. You've blown a hole in eternity, and like here you are down here at this bottom of this rabbit hole. And you've been here so long, you think it's your reality. You think it's home. And you keep having children here and you keep doing all this stuff here and trying to verify your existence. Stop trying to do that. Let something else happen and you'll start to enter into the awakening process. Right? But that takes discipline. It takes devotion. And you have to be willing to give up the world and follow me. Or as Jesus says, I'm going to give up the world and follow Jesus. I don't know where the hell he's going. I'm just going to not stop following. I'm just going to hold his hand.
How easy or difficult was that for you to choose discipline? Because it is for me to choose discipline.
Of course it is. Of course it is, because you're young still. You've got a whole agenda ahead of you. You've got a whole storyline of your life. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's often the way that it is, that a lot of people come to their spiritual determination because of their suffering. I can't take it anymore. Call that a midlife crisis, call it a marriage breakdown, call it whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter. But eventually you get tired of banging your head against a brick wall, doing the same thing again and again and again. And until you're willing to look at the idea that it's the same thing again and again and again, you won't appreciate it when something else is offered to you. Your discipline will be lacking. It's like why you have to appreciate the goal. Inner peace is the goal. If you don't have any appreciation of what that brings to you, it's only because you haven't had enough of the world poking you in the ribs all the time. Finally, I got to the point in my own experience where I became suicidal. I just couldn't take it. My first suicide attempt failed, and my second one, it was right there in the center of my consciousness. I could see it coming, and I surrendered to it. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm doing this.
Yeah, I've been there too.
Right. I didn't want to, but at my first attempt, I didn't have an alternative. I didn't have any spiritual sort of knowledge or spiritual understanding of an alternative to what my life seemed to be presenting me. Suicide seemed to be the only logical way out. I'll take my chances on the other side if there's another side, etc., etc. And I gave it a good shot. I don't know how it didn't work. I try to reason it to myself. It's like maybe I actually did die in that timeline and I've popped up again in another timeline that looks the same. I don't know. Maybe my parents are grieving in another life. I really don't know. That part of it's sort of beyond my pay grade, and I don't feel like I need to know, but all I know was it didn't work. So discipline will come to you commensurate to your understanding for the need for it. Okay? And if you don't understand the need for having that discipline, go back out into the world a bit. get out there and let yourself kick your toes on a few rocks and just realize how really shit life is, because it is. Even the good stuff is just lipstick on a skeleton, right? And you can try and gloss it up any way you like it, but at the end of the day, everything here dies. Little insects, solar systems, whales, the oceans. I mean, look at the world without blinkers on. When you're young, you have these blinkers and you want to see everything as, Disneyland. It's how they present it. You know, in the end, the handsome knight kisses the beautiful princess. They get married and everyone lives happily ever after. Well, it's like, that's lovely, but it's not really how things go. Even if you have tons and tons of money, you know, you're still not free of the need for. You're still not free of your suffering. You just don't recognize it. You're just not aware that your suffering is covered over by your ability to transcend it through convincing yourself that you've got enough money to ride this out, or you've got enough money to buy better toys, or whatever it is. At the end of the day, there's still a 6-foot hole in a pine box. It's like,
So, is any pursuit in the world useless, or I don't know what the word I'm looking for, meaningless? Like I'd like to be a musician. Is that is there still meaning behind it? Is it still okay or good to do those things?
right,
Right.
exactly. What's the purpose you're going to give to being a musician? I'm not going to say it's good nor bad. It's neither of those things. I mean, in the journey of following your true happiness in the world, you know, you follow the path of the heart. Oh, I'm going to be a magician. If that's what you're passionate about, do that. It's going to lead you into exactly the right situations that you need to look at in order to achieve perfect inner peace. And actually, many musicians that I know of and I'm appreciative of are very peaceful, kind of mellow sort of people. You know, I can't say whether that's at the expense of their animal nature or not, but it just seems to be that you know, maybe not heavy metal musicians. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know much about the music world, but you know. But you've got to follow your heart. You've got to do what you're drawn to. Spirituality is not about just sitting on a rock or sitting on a mountaintop eating bark and snow. It's got nothing to do with that. Right? Live your life. All I'm doing is giving you another set of principles to apply to it when the shit hits the fan. Get it? You don't have to put on an orange robe. You don't have to burn incense. You can just be exactly as you are. There's no specific prayers. There's nothing like that. If you have those things for a moment, so be it. If you don't, it doesn't matter.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'll shut up now.
That's cool. What sort of musician do you want to be?
What do you mean?
Well, what genre of music do you like, or just all music, or you play an instrument?
I really love alternative indie, and the reason why I want to be a musician is because music has affected me so much. It's gotten me through so much, and listening to some of my favorite artists like Matt Mason or John Mayer, you know, that type.
Yeah, I like John Mayer.
It's their words and the passion they put behind it. It makes me feel less alone. Like, oh my gosh, somebody else feels this way. I'm not the only one, and I want to give that
Right,
feeling. I'm really passionate about writing, so I like alternative indie rock, that kind of stuff. But you know, I'm interested in veering out other
right.
genres.
To me, that would really suck that somebody else feels that way.
Yeah, but it makes me. It's like okay, because
Right.
I think I was
But there
gonna
it is, right? But there it is. If you see it through spiritual eyes, there's the opportunity. How can you be lonely if God goes with you everywhere you go? So your music, some of the best music ever written. I mean, my friend Annie loves the Grateful Dead. You listen to the lyrics of the Grateful Dead. I like Pink Floyd. You listen to the lyrics of Pink Floyd, right? And Cat Stevens and all these sorts of guys. It's like those guys have been through stuff. You can tell. It comes out in their music. Whether they've been through the whole gamut of of an enlightened spiritual discipline? I don't know, but you can tell they're on the journey. Everybody is. I'm an artist, or I used to be an artist. There's an idea of what this avatar represented. And I used to love painting canvases and murals. I'd paint on the ceilings and, like just everything. But I was always painting from my wound. I was always painting from my separation. I was always painting from my pain. And it made me feel good to keep painting. I couldn't not paint. I had to get it out there so I could see what I was dealing with, because that's my process. That was my language. I had to look at it on canvas and go, aha.
Do you still paint? Or did that play
No, I
itself?
don't. No, I don't. I don't paint. Oh, I had been planning to go into the desert and do some painting and stuff like that, but I don't miss it, and I don't not miss it. I know if I want to sit down and paint, then I will. But I've been so busy with teaching all this stuff for the last 3 decades, But to paint something, it's like music, I suppose, but, to really bring something out from the heart like that in a concentrated way, it takes a lot of effort. I used to do a painting and it would take me, even a small one would take me between 20 and 60 hours. And you couldn't do it all in one go. I'd have to step back, walk away. Now, when I step back and walk away from something, my mind shifts in the blink of an eye and I come back to it and I just have to whitewash out everything I've done and start again, because my mind's no longer in the same place that it was when I sat down to start to paint.
Yeah.
It's this completely fluid, flowing sort of non-stop roller coaster of things that just, I like photography and stuff now. It's in the moment, it's like boom, boom, boom. I'm not trying to reconstruct something that I thought of 2 days ago to try and perpetuate it in this moment on the canvas and bring it to its fulfillment next week or something like that. So you'll find that your expression and your attraction to different things, different relationships with things in the world changes as you begin to change. And the keystone for those changes will always be that you don't lament, or there's no regret, or there's no loss in letting go of one thing to pursue another. I can almost guarantee you that your tastes in music will change. You'll go from indie to whatever.
Throughout the years, yeah.
Yeah. It'll be this sort of like slow river, and just like, it's like I used to, Pink Floyd was my thing, and now it's like, I don't know where it went. I don't miss it, but I don't play it anymore. I don't, it's like, I don't know. Now I listen to house music. What was it you called me the other day, Tina? I look like a house head. I had my headphones on and I go for a walk up to my coffee place and I'm like, this is really cool. I love it. But I'm tuning into the vibration. It's not about the music. Right? So if I look at music today, like some of the cutting edge sort of vibes of music is with house music and synthesized sound and all of that sort of stuff. And there's some really fresh vibration that comes through with that. Whereas if I sat listening to Cat Stevens now, my own programming or whatever residual programming would be there trying to convince me, oh, I've heard this 1,000 times, right? I don't listen to that voice anymore, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to have that memory association. It's just I'm not going to validate it any longer. The world will still remain in witness to your transformation. You just don't validate it in the same way that you did. Your journey moves on, your expression moves on, your appreciation of things moves on, and you've got to be about that business of letting it all go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let go and let God. And whatever comes along in this moment, this is what you appreciate. This is where you're at. This is the experience that you're having. Life can only be experienced in the here and the now, on earth as it is in heaven. My relationship with you, Brian, boom, this is it. This is my music. This is my art.
Could I ask another question?
Go on then. Let's do it.
So since I might be getting this wrong, but the point of this is kind of just let go of everything. Let go, let go, let go. Is it possible to have a healthy, happy relationship with a woman or man, just
What's that supposed to look like? Why would you want to have a healthy, happy relationship with a woman?
I don't know. I desire it. I don't know.
Why don't you just have one with yourself and let that extend to everybody?
Right.
Right.
Can't
Look at it. Look at it
have.
this way. Look at it this way. Whoever comes into your life is going to be your perfect learning partner.
Mhm.
That's the highest point of view to look at it from. If you're looking at it from a lower point of view than that, you're missing the opportunity that it's going to present, and the relationship will become corrupted. When I was your age, I had several relationships. One lasted a couple of years, a couple of months for the next one, whatever. But there was always some kind of contributing factor that corrupted and destroyed the relationship. I
That
couldn't see, huh?
will that always happen? The corruption.
Well, the corruption is there to be healed,
Yeah.
right? That's the purpose of the relationship. Relationships are learning tools, right? Giving and receiving is the nature of a relationship. Giving is the more important of the two, but you have to let yourself also receive. And you'll see where you have resistance to that. Every relationship's going to present you exactly what you need to see where you're out of sync with unconditional love. Is my relationship unconditional or is it conditional? If somebody else comes along and attracts this person away from me, am I going to be upset about that, or am I just going to be okay with it and let it go and move on and trust that it's perfect? You know, and you'll see where it is you want to either control the narrative or where you're going with the flow. Most people, when they're young, they like to control the narrative. This is my person. This is my other half. This is the person that completes me. This is my everything I'm looking for in someone else rather than within themselves. And I'm not saying don't be in a relationship. Get out and get in a relationship. If you're not in one, get in one. Let it fuck with your head. That's the good part of a relationship. But unless you can actually see that the purpose of the relationship is all about healing and not about just what you can get out of it, you're not going to see the good part. You're not going to appreciate it when it shows up. You're going to have a resentment. Oh, this person's not on my level. I've got to get out of this relationship. I've got to find somebody that I relate to better. What a lot of crap.
Yeah. What if there's a
Go out and get in a relationship with someone that you're not attracted to. Get someone that pushes all your buttons. Right? If you want to get through your spiritual path quick as you can, get someone that really pushes you around the goddamn bush and makes you go crazy.
Yeah.
I was married to a woman like that for 15 years. It was a beautiful relationship because I understood the purpose of it. She was giving me so many opportunities to forgive, so many opportunities to be grateful. You know, but had I not had A Course in Miracles, I would have been out of there quicker than a fox with its tail on fire. Like, whoo, gone.
Okay. So my father was abusive, right? And I don't talk to him. I
No,
don't
he
really want
wasn't. He wasn't
to.
abusive. Not at
It was.
all.
No. Well, my question is, I don't want to talk to him. Should I talk to him? Because what you're saying is enter into
What
a
do you want to
relationship.
do?
But
What do
I
you
want
want
to
to do?
be separate from him. I don't want to talk to him
Well,
or be around.
you are separate from him by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I want to stay that way.
Right. So why you got a question about it? Obviously, you doubt your relationship as it is now as being how you're true to yourself about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the question. You've got what you want. There's no question.
Okay.
Right. So having things the way you want them obviously is you being not true to yourself, or you wouldn't have asked me that question.
So you're saying it's not true to myself to be separate from him?
No, I'm saying what you think you want in a relationship isn't true to you,
Okay.
or you wouldn't have asked me the question. You just told me I want to be separate. You've got what you want. So what's the question about?
I don't know if it's the right thing to stay separate.
Yes, you do. You already know the answer to that question. Why do you think Jesus came here to bring you forgiveness? There's your spiritual journey, Brian. That's your journey. Right in front of you, right there. It's funny how you ask a question and you already know the answer. Right?
Okay.
You already know the path in front of you. I guarantee you that relationship with your father will be healed, because it's not your relationship with your father that you're healing, it's your relationship with yourself.
Mm.
That person that's playing the part of your dad, your father, you've asked him to play that part in a storyline that I know you laugh about it, it's funny, right? But it's a story that you gave yourself before you came to the world. You play this part, you be the abusive dad. You play this part, you be the cheating girlfriend. You play this part, you be the guy that steals my car, blah, blah, blah. So I can have grievances, and justify my experience of separation to myself and be angry at God. That's the bottom line. It's your job as a healer to release your brothers from the parts that they've been playing for you, because they will play that part until you do so. They live rent-free in your head. It doesn't matter how separate you get from your dad. He's still in there. He's talking to you right now. That's why you asked me the question. He's living in your head rent-free, and you can't get him out. That's your journey, brother. That's your healing. That's your package of energy to look at and give to the Holy Spirit for healing, and learn to listen as far as the resolution of it goes. I had the same thing with my dad. Exactly the same thing.
What happened?
Well, that's personal. I don't think he's still alive. If he was gone from the realm, he'd probably be laughing about it now. But you can call it abusive, you can call it manipulative, you can call it whatever. But he played his part perfectly for me. He played his part perfectly for me to bring me to God, to bring me to the place where I gave up trying to figure it all out in the world. You know, I had a girlfriend, my very first girlfriend, who went to a work meeting one night and then came home and I was supposed to go and pick her up. She rang me, "Don't pick me up, my girlfriend's going to drop me off." Got dropped off right out front of the house, didn't even care that I could see by some guy in a red Ferrari or Porsche or whatever it was. Leaned through the window and give him a big smoochy kiss right in front of me. That was the first experience in my life of being cheated on. That's right then and there I knew I wasn't the only guy in her life. And it destroyed me. It totally destroyed me. And you know what? I'm totally grateful to her. As crazy as that sounds, I love her more because of that. She gave me such an opportunity. She played her part so perfectly. When I'm back in eternity, right, where I already am actually, but when you're gone from this world, or when you're on your deathbed, let's look at it as that idea. When you're on your deathbed, you're 99 years old, you've got one day to live, and you're looking back on your life, you want to be able to look at it and go, wow, what an adventure that was. I got cheated on, I got abused, I won some lottery tickets, I made some good friends, I fell down a mountain, I had a car accident. Woohoo! When you're back in eternity, you think you can do any of that? Nah. Why do you think PS5 is so popular? You know, people can put those virtual goggles on. They're in another world that they can't have in their own life. They can wander around the streets in Grand Theft Auto and shoot the shit out of people. The cops chase them. The stars go. Everything's like, wow. And you're like, and you take the goggles off and you're like, woo, that was great. That was really full on, and you can feel the adrenaline rush. Well, this is the same thing. But eventually you get tired of playing PS5. You're only young. You've probably still got plenty of PS5 left in you.
Mm-hmm.
You'll remember this Zoom meeting as you go through life, and you'll be like, I remember that guy was telling me there's an alternative to this. I'll probably be dust and ash by then, but anyway, you know. It's like your journey is your journey, and it's like you got to appreciate it and bring yourself to a sense of gratitude for it, whether you like it or don't like it. And actually, gratitude is the way that you know you've learnt the lesson. Wow, I'm grateful to that person for playing that part for me. That liberates them from playing that part, liberates from you from having to react to it anymore. And it clears up that whole section of karma in your journey, in your experience. And then you move on to the next relationship. My boss at work. My boss is a prick. Never gives me a promotion. Always puts me down in front of everybody, whatever it is. Right? And you'll make up every story. Oh, my boss has self-worth issues. That's why they take it out on me. No, they don't. Your boss is a child of God playing the part you've asked them to play. You can justify it any way you like, but the fact of the matter is it still upsets your peace of mind. Doesn't matter how you justify it. Your dad's still living rent-free in your head. Doesn't matter how far you can move to the other side of the planet. Still here, son.
He's in my dreams almost every night.
Right, exactly. Right? You do have a relationship with him. The only way you can heal that relationship is through forgiveness. And that's the journey ahead. That's the journey ahead of you, and right here and right now. You know? It's like that's the tough love. I have to give it to you that way, in the obvious way. Yeah. There's no other way really to present it. You know, sometimes you got to kick your toe on a rock to realize that hurts. It's like, oh, I see. And then the next person you have, right? So you're only young. Let's say you might go for a band tryout. You'll get good at music, and you'll go for a band tryout, and there'll be somebody else that gets the job. And you'll be miserable about it, and you'll regret that you never got the job for the rest of your life with that band, because that band goes on to be world famous and make trillions of dollars. And you just missed out. That's going to be the same kind of scenario as, you know, your dad, and you'll be like that guy that didn't get the job. Right? Now, what are you going to do? You're going to let that hang around, drag that one along behind you for the rest of your life as well? That's how you got to look at things. Do I want to heal from this and move on so I can actually live my life free of all this stuff? Because I guarantee you, until you do, the world's going to treat you that way. Your storyline in the world, even if you get a girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever you're into, even if your storyline, it's going to present you with the yin and the yang, the good and the bad. You don't just get all the good, right? One implies the other. It's a circle. One thing comes around behind the other. Once you step out of that circle, it's like, I don't want either of those things. I don't want the good or the bad. I'm sick of this shit. I see that I can't have one without the other. Where does that leave me? Every time I find something in the world that I like, I chase after it. As soon as I get it, the shine wears off it. I buy a new boat. I take it out a couple of times, and then it just sits in the driveway. You know, the novelty wears off. Well, the novelty was never with the boat. The novelty was in the getting. The novelty was in the chase, in the accomplishment. The boat was just the thing that symbolized you having a purpose. Right? That purpose gets fulfilled. I got the boat. Now you feel empty again. Now I need a bigger boat. There's always a bigger boat. Anyone who's ever had boats knows there's always a bigger boat. I had a boat. It was terrible. It was a good boat, but it was really like an anchor around my neck. It was it's like fuck that boat sitting out there laughing at me. I'll never take it out anymore. You know, and I used to really enjoy it, and I was so happy the day I got it. They always say things about boats, you know, like the best 2 days of having a boat is the day you get it and the day you get rid of it.
Yeah, a big old boat sitting in my backyard has not been touched in like a decade.
There we go, boom shanker. So, anyway, any questions? Anyone else got a question?
Thank you.
Oh, 2 hands up. Bill, let's go to Bill.
Oh, you got.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I was wait. Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
Nash, you had your hand up first, apparently.
Question I had was when you when you actually went to the place where you met, there was the council talking to you, and you weren't in your body.
Yep.
So what was the catalyst for that? Were you in a waking state, or
Yep.
where were you before that happened?
I was at the healing center. That was probably about a year after my illumination. I'd say it's hard to remember time, but I would say about a year. And I had become aware. I used to be aware that I was guided by a presence, guided by whatever, right? The spirit. But I was becoming more aware that there were seemingly several influences to that guidance. It wasn't just Jesus. This is like Jesus had done his job and now palmed me off to a bunch of other guys. But I became aware of two or three kind of influences because the guidance was slightly different. Sometimes I would hear the voice. Sometimes I would get a very almost feminine sort of guidance. I don't know how to talk about it. It was gentle and soft. And sometimes I would kind of get guidance from someone who was like an older brother, like, get over yourself, Dave, like whatever. That sort of, how the older brother will sort of joke it off with you, right? And it kind of perplexed me. I found myself in this place where, who the hell is my guide? I thought I had one guide, and now I seem to have these several sort of influences that are guiding me. And I went into the room. I went into the healing room, the main room in our healing center, where we did meditation and stuff. And around the outside walls was always a couple of rows of chairs. It was a massive room. And I took a dozen chairs. I don't know why a dozen. I guess the disciples was 12 or something. But I took a dozen chairs. There was no one using the room at the time. And I put them in a circle in the middle of the room. Don't ask me why, right? I couldn't tell you why. I was just felt like it was something to do. And I put cushions on those chairs. I got 12 cushions, put them on the chairs, and I sat on the floor in the middle of the chairs. And I consciously invited through prayer for whoever was influencing me and guiding me to make themselves known to me. I wanted to know who it was, and I invited them to join me. Right? Why? I don't know. I'd never read any books about doing that particular ritual or anything, like it just came out of the blue. And then I think it was the next night, or might have even been that night. I used to have a little tiny 12-volt television set that I kept in my van, and I think it was even black and white from memory. But I took it. I was in one of the cabins, and the cabins had 2 bedrooms, and we had this residential area out the back. And I was in bed and I was watching something on TV, and I remember I just leaned out of bed to push the button and turn it off. I had no remote to push the button and turn it off. And as I sort of got up from my pillows, resting on my pillows, a tiny little golden orb appeared in the air right in front of me, like probably a little bit smaller than a ping pong ball. And it was translucent. It was brilliant gold, like brilliant shining gold, translucent. And for some reason, I wasn't concerned about it. It was as if it was completely natural. Like I didn't have a reaction to it. I just looked at it and observed it. And as I was sitting upright in my bed there, as I sat upright, it came over to me. And as it came over to me, just before it got to within my face distance, I suppose, it became enormous. It just went really big, and the only way I can describe it is that it engulfed me into it. And then I was gone from the world. I was in another dimension, in another experience of myself, but without my body. Right? And the only way I can describe it was I was pure mind, but I had a presence of my individuality. Right? It was like I was still Dave. When I was in the Godhead, I had no presence of that individuality. I was one. It was a singular thing. This was a step down from that, I guess, as a vibration. But I noticed in that moment where I was bodiless or without any form, I became aware that all around me, and you can relate it to the chairs in the room, all around me was other beings, other presences, right, of mine, all sitting around me or standing or floating or whatever. I don't even know how to talk about it, but around me. And one of them came down to me. One of them, they were sort of up in like an auditorium kind of thing, and I was down, like a coliseum. They were sort of all up above me, and that's why I kind of call them elders or the council. I don't really know how to. There was a sense of it being very official, like very. Don't fuck this up, Dave. One of them came down to me, and me and this other presence sort of orbited the sphere or the spectrum of the experience, and I could see mentally, I had no eyes, but mentally I was aware of all the other beings that were in that circle, and there was a gap. There was one gap between, where that one came from, but there was a gap in between two others. And I noticed the gap, and the other being became aware that I'd noticed the gap, and it said to me, "This is where your teacher Ted sits." And then, boom, the whole thing finished, and I was back in my room, and I got dressed straight away, and my teacher Ted was at the last cabin in the road, like right up the end, and I raced up there. I'm like, Ted's like 8:30, 9:30 at night or whatever it was, banging on his door, and he's like, "Dave, what's going on?" And I said, "I just had this little gold orb thing, this ball, and it appeared and this," and I told him the whole thing, and he started laughing. And he said, "You just got an assignment." He said, "You probably just got an assignment." And it was over the course of probably the next couple of months that I began to realize, he told me that orbs are living information. They always bring information, like something useful. Over the next few months, I began to realize that I was becoming aware of things that I couldn't have possibly known. Right? Now, you could say, clairvoyant, whatever, but I know that it was really that information, that living information, unpacking itself in me at the appointed time. Stuff was just happening, and I was just more or less along for the ride. I was the catalyst through which that stuff could happen. Right? And that went on for quite some time. But for several years actually, but out of that one orb. But that was a bizarre, not bizarre, I mean, compared to what, but, it was definitely up there. It's like no drugs, no alcohol, no artificial stimulants, nothing like that involved at all. Just pure meditation, prayer, and everything else. Which like every day in that place, I would have a 3 to 4 hour meditation, prayers in the morning, prayers in the evening before bed, and it was kind of ritualized. But it was ritualized in the way that I was aware that not to format it, not to turn it into something that I had to do. I had to be able to step away from it and not let it be a religious observance, And I was able to do that, and it changed like the form of the meditation I did there. I was there 6 years. The form of the meditation I did shifted and changed probably 2 or 3 times during that period. I gave up using my beads for meditation during that period, all sorts of stuff. I used to be quite regimented with my beads, and then I realized that I had corrupted the actual purpose of them and what I was using them for by turning them into this ritual, But that being said, the disciplinary period of the course, of the mind training of the course, is 12 months of very strict regimented discipline, right? But to get you to the point where you no longer need it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you come to the course with a completely undisciplined mind, let's say, all over the place, and you don't know what the hell life is bringing you. You don't know why, you don't really get it, and you're looking for answers. You go through that period, and some people have been doing it for years, but you go through that period of integrating the principles of the course through those workbook lessons and applying those lessons to your daily experience, to the point where you can then see, I see what I have been doing, I see what I can do instead, and you begin to sort of structure a new way of seeing, a new way of thinking based on that. but eventually you let go of the course. But for a moment there, you take it on board as a total discipline. Same as if you were a young person, you went to a monastery. For the period that you don't live in the monastery for the whole life, but for the period that you're there, it's structured. But to get you to the point where you no longer need the structure, you can stand on your own 2 feet and just live your life again with a whole new way of seeing it. You know. So does that answer your question? Kind of got a bit off track there, but
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's interesting because it seems like all these, like even the religiosity can be, like that's where the trapping occurs, isn't it? Because it actually stays locked and imprisoned, but it wasn't
right.
actually meant for that.
No.
Which is crazy because like in the Bible when it talks about idolatry, like the
You're
internal
breaking up a
idolatry is
bit.
maybe even the most insidious.
I think your audio's
Oh, I just went to the. Can you hear me?
it's all. You sound like that guy on Bruce Almighty, the newsreader.
Can you hear me now? Or?
That's better. There we go. You're back.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, just it like when you're talking about it becoming a fixation of religiosity, even the like in the Bible when it talks about idolatry, how they were like, they built the golden calf and it was all outside of themselves. But even but you know how you said that there's no separation between the cause and effect, like the internal idolatry has to be, the
Right.
enmeshment is actually locked
Right.
anyway.
Right.
Even with the outside observance, it seems like it's like a dog chasing its tail.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
But you
Anyway,
sort of you play it out on the outside stage for a moment until you learn how to make that transition to that cause and effect nature of things being as your own internal process. You know, for a moment you have to. You kind of have to see the witness to it. Otherwise, how do you know anything's changing? You know, you see the same person in your life that usually pisses you off every day, and if you don't see that relationship changes, you're not gonna be witness to the efficacy of forgiveness.
Yeah, it's like I'm switching seats in the Titanic.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get a better seat on the Titanic. It's like, just get to the freaking lifeboat.
Thank you, thank you.
You know the funny thing on the Titanic I love, and it's like it's one of those no-win situations is the guys that are there playing the band, the music for people to get on the lifeboats. It's like they know there's no room on the lifeboats. What else are you going to do? There's not enough lifeboats for everybody. It's like, well, we'll just go out as we came in. It couldn't be a better Hollywood ending, like it's true to life, life imitates art, but it's like
Maybe that.
no, but they don't go inside the boat to see if they can find anything else that floats. They just decide, no, we'll just, Anyway, it's funny stuff. Where's Bill? Bill had a question. Bill, you still here? There's a lot of people on the thing. Bill, I think he's gone.
Yeah,
Anyone
he
else
was here a second ago.
Yeah, just a second ago he was here. Anyone else have a question? Anything? All right, cool. We might do lesson 71. Colin, can you read lesson 71, please? Have you got your book there?
Yeah.
All right. Jessica and Paul and Troy. Who else is new here? Cosima, you've been here before. Sada, hello. Is that how you pronounce your name? Did I get that right? Sada? Sada? I was going to say that. That was Jason and whatever. When Colin's reading, all you guys, when Colin's reading, try to listen with your heart. Right? The mind is always going to put these little interjections. What does that mean? What's he talking about? Right? Just try to stay open to receiving. Just start like as if somebody was talking Japanese and you were listening out of courtesy because you didn't understand Japanese. Right? Just let it in. Okay? Right, Cole, when you're ready.
Only God's plan for salvation will work.
You may not realize that the ego has set up a plan for salvation in opposition to God's. It is in this plan in which you believe. Since it is the opposite of God's, you also believe that to accept God's plan in place of the ego's is to be damned. This sounds preposterous, of course. Yet after we have considered just what the ego's plan is, perhaps you will realize that however preposterous it may be, you do believe in it. The ego's plan for salvation centers around holding grievances. It maintains that if someone else spoke or acted differently, if some external circumstance or event were changed, you would be saved. Thus, the source of salvation is constantly perceived as outside yourself. Each grievance you hold is a declaration and an assertion in which you believe that says, if this were different, I would be saved. The change of mind necessary for salvation is thus demanded of everyone and everything except yourself. The role assigned to your own mind in this plan, then, is simply to determine what, other than itself, must change if you are to be saved. According to this insane plan, any perceived source of salvation is acceptable, provided that it will not work. This ensures that the fruitless search will continue, for the illusion persists that, although this hope has always failed, there's still grounds for hope in other places and in other things. Another person will yet serve better. Another situation will yet offer success. Such is the ego's plan for your salvation. Surely you can see how it is in strict accord with the ego's basic doctrine. Seek but do not find. For what could more surely guarantee that you will not find a salvation than to channelize all your efforts in searching for where it is not? God's plan for salvation works simply because, by following His direction, you seek for salvation where it is. But if you are to succeed, as God promises you will, you must be willing to seek there only. Otherwise, your purpose is divided, and you will attempt to follow two plans for salvation that are diametrically opposed in all ways. The result can only bring confusion, misery, and a deep sense of failure and despair. How can you escape all this? Very simply. The idea for today is the answer. Only God's plan for salvation will work. There can be no real conflict about this, because there is no possible alternative to God's plan that will save you. His is the only plan that is certain in its outcome. His is the only plan that must succeed. Let us practice recognizing this certainty today. And let us rejoice that there is an answer to what seems to be a conflict with no resolution possible. All things are possible to God. Salvation must be yours because of His plan, which cannot fail. Begin the 2 longer practice periods for today by thinking about today's idea and realizing that it contains 2 parts, each making equal contribution to the whole. God's plan for your salvation will work, and other plans will not. Do not allow yourself to become depressed or angry at the second part. It is inherent in the first, and in the first is your full release from all your own insane attempts and mad proposals to free yourself. They have led to depression and anger. But God's plan will succeed. It will lead to release and joy. Remembering this, let us devote the remainder of the extended practice periods to asking God to reveal His plan to us. Ask Him very specifically, what would you have me do? Where would you have me go? What would you have me say and to whom? Give Him full charge of the rest of the practice period and let Him tell you what needs to be done by you in His plans for your salvation. He will answer in proportion to your willingness to hear His voice. Refuse not to hear. The very fact that you are doing these exercises prove that you have some willingness to listen. This is enough to establish your claim to God's answer. In the shorter practice periods, tell yourself often that God's plan for salvation and only His will work. Be alert to all temptation to hold grievances today and respond to them with this form of today's idea. Holding grievances is the opposite of God's plan for salvation, and only His plan will work.
Good.
Try to remember today's idea some 6 or 7 times an hour. There could be no better way to spend half a minute or less than to remember the source of your salvation and to see it where it is.
Hands up, everyone that got distracted when that reading was happening. Your mind went off to something else. Good. It's good to become aware of it. That's the part of mind training. When my mind is not focused, when I'm not present, I've got one job to do. Listen with my heart. And you get to see how distracted you get, how easily distracted you get. I had a little thing go off on my phone, a little pop-up with a little ding chime, and it's like, oh, who's that? It can be anything, but God is only ever present in this moment. Francine, are you there? We've got just a blurry picture. No. Tina,
She said she'd be popping. Yeah,
Oh.
she said she would be popping in and out. There she is.
There she is. Hello. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. Like I told you a million times, I'm so happy I found you. And the reason that you weren't able to kill yourself is so you were here helping us.
Probably.
That's why it didn't work.
My rope was too long, probably. Can't hang yourself if your feet are still on the floor.
I'm actually working because I do pet sitting. So now one of my clients is calling me. He's picking up his dog. So I'm going to mute and I'm here.
Francine, can you turn off the camera? If you're not here totally, thank you. And the audio. Tina, you can send her the message. You don't get salvation on your own terms. Like when Jesus says, give up the world and follow me, it's exactly the same offering as to the merchant on the road. Exactly the same. Yes, Lord, I will follow you, but let me just do this first. Let me just sell my goods in the marketplace, and then I will follow you. And Jesus' reply to him was, the kingdom of heaven waits for no man. You've really got to get to that place in your mind where your decision for love is total. Your decision where you value yourself first. Because if you don't liberate yourself from denial, if you don't find your own way to loving yourself unconditionally, how the hell are you going to love anyone else? If you don't know what that is for you, then what is it that you're extending? What is it that you're giving? You got to find yourself first. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and then all else will come to you. So when you come to these Zoom meetings, don't be like Francine. Don't have another agenda going on. This is a gift. These meetings, if you go to a yoga class, or if you go to a meditation group, or if you do any of those things are gifts that you're giving to yourself. And to avail yourself of what is truly being offered, because the universe speaks to you through everything, you have to be totally present. You have to be singularly minded with absolutely everything you're doing. Total focus, total presence, total awareness, total vigilance for the kingdom of heaven in this moment. It's impossible to be serving two different perspectives, two different goals. You can't do it. You can't run your own life and then give half of your life to God, because it's a total devotion. God is everything in you. The ego, everyone's probably seen that meme, you know, the ego says, when I fix all my problems, then I'll have peace. But the Holy Spirit says, when you find me, you won't have any problems. Right? That's the truth. Find the kingdom of heaven within yourself first, and everything else in your life will flow from that. Your relationships, your job, your children, your everything. Because you'll understand the purpose of your life. You'll understand the reason you're on the planet. You'll understand why everything that's occurring to you is occurring to you. It's for a higher purpose, for a holy purpose. The world is a poor excuse for a home, you know, for a child of God. Not everybody can go and live in Bali or Hawaii or whatever. You know, people think that's the best part. If I can just have a house by the beach in Bali, that'd be bloody awesome, you know, and live the perfect life. And it's like, how can you live the perfect life when somebody else's house in another country is being bombed? All you're doing is trying to put it out of your mind. Right? And I'm not saying stop the bombs. I'm saying look at the world as a total experience. I've got the parts that I'm conscious for, and the parts that I'm aware of, and the parts that I like to manifest for myself, because everyone these days is all about manifesting stuff. I like to manifest all this good stuff for myself, and everyone else, well, that's their journey. They've got to deal with that. It's like, no, it isn't their journey. If there's a somebody else in my mind, then that's my journey. That's why Jesus could heal the lepers and the blind and the lame. They weren't somebody else to him, because that's separation. No healing happens in separation. Jesus is looking at things. I look at things. It's like, this is my mind. This person talking to me is my mind. What am I going to do? Let my mind off the hook? Just because they've got to do pet sitting? It's like, I've got to be more disciplined than that. I've got to be completely uncompromising. Because salvation is no compromise. Jesus says in the Course, accept no compromise where death plays a part. And serving two masters, that's where it plays a part. Serving two purposes, having two things going on. I can't serve God and mammon. If I'm running a business and trying to learn a spiritual discipline, I've got to make a decision about that. You can think you can do it, but I guarantee you won't be able to. Your ego will convince you that it's possible, but it's not possible. First, you have to seek the kingdom of heaven. Then it's possible. Otherwise, you're going to be back here again and again and again, and you'll be reading the Course for 50 years. And the place where you have to make that decision is a place of faith. It's like, I need to find the kingdom of heaven. When Jesus says to me, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and then all else comes to you, I need to do that first. right? Now, what's that going to look like? Well, it's going to look like of everything else that's not first, letting go of it. I've got to let go of this shit. I've got to be true to myself. That's going to put me in a scary place. Yes. It's going to put you in a scary place. The bank's going to repossess your home. Your wife's going to walk out on you. Everything, all the apples are going to be tipped out of the cart, and all you're going to have is a decision to follow Jesus and faith. And I guarantee you, your life will be reorchestrated, reconfigured, and it may look like the same particulars, but it's going to undergo an incredible shift. You know, in the Bible, in the New Testament, where he says, I've come to turn father against son and mother against uncle against nephew or whatever. I can't remember the exact writing. And it's like, well, that doesn't sound very nice of you, Jesus. It's like, why would you do that? You're supposed to be here to represent love. Aren't you supposed to be bringing us closer together? It's like, well, yes, of course. But the relationship that you have it as it plays out now as what you think is closer together is built on corruption. I'm going to knock it all down and we're going to rebuild it from scratch with the master stone at the bottom and build it so that it won't collapse ever again. When I was confronted by Greta at the healing center at the door, the first 12 months after my awakening, I frittered that away, getting stoned and hanging out with my friends like, woohoo! Total suspension from doubt, from fear, total everything. Everything was possible. My mind was working like a supercomputer. But I wasn't disciplining my mind. I was just using the light that I'd had in that experience to glorify my ego in the name of being spiritual. I'm spiritual now. I'm enlightened. Look at me. I'm an enlightened arsehole, you know. And then Annie saw me at the markets one day. I was stoned out of my head, rolled a big joint, you know, at the Shannon markets, sitting there smoking away. She goes, what's happened to you? She'd known me from 6 months ago. What's happened to you? She said, you got all the energy of a dead fish. And that hit me. That hit me like a rock on the head. And I knew in that moment I had to be at the healing center. I'd been going there when I felt like it. I'd been going there partially and doing other things and running my own show. And the ego was loving it. I had more women, more experiences, more everything, you know, like I was totally desirable for a moment there. And Greta was at the front door. At the time I realized it, when Annie told me that Greta was at the front door, and big Dutch woman, who was my mother hen. She was the first person I saw after my awakening. And she explained what had happened to me. And she put her hand up and she goes, no, you're not coming in. I can't do a very good Dutch accent. You're not coming in. Not unless you're here every day, exactly like everybody else. You're not special. And she just totally pulled the rug out from under my feet. And at that moment, I had just walked out of my house, walked out on my job. The bank took my house, my job. I didn't go back. All I had was a bag of clothes and my dog. And I said to her, I'm here, Greta. I'm here full time as of today. Because I'd realized what I'd been doing and it terrified me. And I stayed there 6 years from that day on. But I had to make that commitment. My illumination was from the top down, not the bottom up. Most people come to the process of purification and the process of devotion first, and then they have an experience somewhere along the way or at the end of their incredible devotion. For me, it happened first. And then I had to apply the principles that I had to learn through the course to be able to ground that experience and make myself useful to Jesus, because that's what I'd promised him I would do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here today. I wouldn't have been teaching. I wouldn't be representing anything. I'd just be some hippie in the hills that hadn't experienced 30 years ago. I'd be completely unuseful. That's why I don't compromise with you guys. You're either here or you're not here. It's one or the other. Don't waste my time and don't waste the time of everybody else in this Zoom room, because I know for a lot of you guys, this is sacred. And that person that just turned up that was pet sitting was crying on the phone to me yesterday telling me she wanted to be here and she had reached the end. No, she hasn't. And I don't have any qualms about calling people out as I see things, because that's my integrity. And I know there's people like Tyna and Anna and Colin and Noodle and Dave and who are grateful to me, Dana, who are grateful for my integrity. I don't let anything slip, even if I know you're not going to like it. My teacher, Ted, used to call me out so often. I was like the naughty boy poster guy for salvation, according to him, like. And you've got to hold yourself accountable in that same way. Am I doing this, or am I just playing around with metaphysics? Because once you have a shift in consciousness, there's no way back. Once you have a shift in consciousness, you're on the other side of what once was. So if there's still any value for you in that what once was, you're going to be screwed. You're going to be living in regret. When Jesus says, give up the world and follow me, you got to look at that. Don't just say yes because, it's Jesus, I'm supposed to say yes to Jesus. Do you still have the world left in you? Do you still have time and space left in you? Is there still things you want to accomplish here? Or are you ready to walk the spiritual path? Only you can answer that question. But once you walk it, once you put on those sandals and bring one robe and you start walking, you can't look over your shoulder. You can't look back. Otherwise, what's the point in following in the first place? You've got to be honest about it. You've got to be true to yourself. It's not like Thailand where every firstborn son has to be a monk. You have free will in that regard, and in that regard only. You get to make the decision. You get to make the choice. Do I want to forgive? Who's that young guy with his dad that was just here? Brian. He took off pretty quick. 2 in 10,000 will hear this, Jesus says. It's a tough teaching. It's a tough teaching. Forgive yourself for the world you think you see. Not everybody's ready. Not everybody, but it's like, well, what else you got going on? You got something better? And you'll face it a bit at a time. Every time you go into a relationship now, from this day on, every time you're in a relationship with someone or something, you're going to be aware that there's another way to look at it. And that's all that's ever really being offered. But if you don't have that discipline into your mind, your ego is going to wipe that other alternative way to look at it straight away. It's like that scene in The Matrix where she says, here, have this cookie. You'll forget all about this stuff by the time you finish eating it. You guys are going to leave this Zoom meeting, and within 10 minutes, you won't have a clue what occurred in the Zoom meeting. You'll be back out in the first conversation that somebody has with you, and you'll be locked back into that dream narrative. Right? That's why mind training is important. That's why those 365 lessons, man, that's so important. When you walk out the door of your house in the morning, those lessons have got to go with you in your heart. Those lessons, it's like, I'm here to change the nature of my internal narrative, and I want to see that reflected in my relationships. I want to take the love that I'm telling myself I am in here and see the proof of it out there in my own personal situationships. Right? But it takes whatever it takes to remember that that's what you're about. My teacher used to say, you got to walk and chew gum. You got to walk and chew gum. You got to be about it. You got to represent. But the mind, the ego, if your ego, and the closer you get to your awakening, the louder and more raucous your ego is going to get. If your ego is active, like mine was, it's going to, don't worry about that. It's like, let's go and have a party. Let's go and do this, and it'll dangle the carrot again, and you'll be lost, and then you'll be like, this again, and you'll realize another cycle, and you'll forget what to do about it. Right? Because mind is of the forgetting. If you can forget God, and God is everything, then don't be surprised when you forget the little things of your daily life. I mean, ask yourself, how the hell is it possible that I can forget God? And yet if you look into your mind, if you look into your consciousness, where is God? What is God? Jesus tells me that the memory of God is in my mind somewhere, and if I remove the blocks to the awareness of that within me, that I'll discover it. It seems unbelievable that you can forget the Creator. It's like the biggest thing to forget. What's that movie? The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The galaxy's big, really big. God is big, really big, being everything. Any questions? That was good. And you guys will find it. You guys will find it in your own way too. I mean, put your hand there. Put your hand on your heart. Do you feel it? Do you feel what I'm saying? Do you feel the need for your own devotion? Do you feel the need for your own discipline to hold yourself accountable and responsible to your dream? It's like you got to feel it. If it's still up here in your head, bring it down. It's like, it seems like a big job. It seems like a massive job to be totally responsible. But you got to start somewhere. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And it starts in the place where you see that you don't want to be responsible. It starts in the place where you see that you don't want inner peace. That meditation thing we did in the beginning, it's like learn to value the goal of inner peace. How are you going to value it? By seeing where it is that you discard it. By seeing where it is that you just want to have your say. I just want to be right about this. I just want to tell that person what I think of them, or I just want to tell my dad he's an arsehole, or I just want to whatever. You know, it's like, no, let go. Give up the world and follow me. This world is not your home. Your father's house has many mansions. It's time to move on to the next one. Do what you came here to do. Remember what you came here to remember, and be about moving on. The ego will always tell you, oh, you've got to get this promotion, or you've got to get that job, or you've got to be someone, or do something, or fulfill everybody else's expectations of who you think you should be. Bullshit. No one told you that when you were born. Nobody gave you a Bill of Rights when you came to this place and said, this is what it's about. And you got to realize that and let it all fall to bits. You got to let it all collapse in a heap. And let the Holy Spirit rebuild your life along different lines. That's what got you here. You wouldn't be here if that wasn't already occurring in you. You wouldn't be in this meeting. Alvaro Francisco Hernandez Morales. That's a beautiful name. Look at that. I have
Tell
four
her where you're
names.
from.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm Mexican. Hey, how is it going? All good?
Hey, Mexican, beautiful.
Hey. Yeah.
I have four.
Yeah,
I have four names in my name as well given to me. David Thomas Barnett Phare. So it's not often I meet other people with four names. It's like it's a. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Appreciate it.
You're in Abu Dhabi. What is it? Abu. Say it.
Yeah.
Abu Dhabi.
I live Abu Dhabi. I live in the Middle East. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. here, like 3:46
Yes.
a.m. Yeah.
Nice. Noodle, how you going? Nodding your head. Is that an honest nod? Cool. Dave, did you get your books? Not yet, really. Those guys are strict. Tomorrow, are you lipping tomorrow? I think I'm lipping. You know my first and probably most profound experience of Vietnam was getting off the aeroplane, and two guys in these long dark green military trench coats with frickin' machine guns or whatever. It's like, welcome to Vietnam. I'm like,
Yeah. I know.
It's really
There's
confronting.
tough.
Deadpan face, like no expression.
Yeah. I deal with them tomorrow at the post office. It's very similar.
Yeah.
That's
I can
the
imagine.
post. They've sent me a letter already with all the
Socialism.
dates, what they'll let in and what they won't let into this country. So I have somebody coming with me that's familiar with the postal system that should help me get this out of there. I want this desperate.
Just take a $10 note and just.
Somebody else told me that, but
I think that's how
in jail.
socialist countries work, isn't it?
I know, and I'll do that if I can.
Grease the squeaky wheel.
So, exactly.
Thank
you for sending them. Thank you for sending.
That's cool. Hopefully you get them this time. Tina and I were just talking earlier on. I sent her a box of sparkly books and some other little books 6 months ago by sea, and they told me at the post office here it'd take about a month to get there. It was like 6 months later. Yeah. Well, Gilligan's Island. They got lost out there on their bloody
in the sea.
In the sea. I don't know where they went. We gave up on them. We were like, well, those books are gone. We'll never see them again. And then they turned up the other day, and she's like, that was 6 months ago. So.
Well, if this works, I would like you to send me a sparkly edition, please. If this works, if I can get this.
I was going to put one in there, but after the last thing, I thought I'll just wait and see.
I'm glad you left just the way it is. We'll get this. And if this works, I would like the sparkly edition.
Yep.
I left mine in America with a friend who's not using it yet, but hopefully I'm still hopeful he'll pick it up.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Yeah, one day. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Anyone? Anyone got anything? Come on, this is the time. Nobody? Everyone's good? Gay, you good? Dana, what's going on with you? You good?
Okay, there, I wanted to mute myself. Yeah, whatever has happened the past couple days, when Colin read that, I have that lesson underlined,
Right.
But it was so clear, totally clear. I'm a little blown away right now.
Right, good. Because you're starting to hear. You can hear things on the superficial level, on the navigational level, where you sort of look at concepts and ideas, but eventually your hearing goes full, and you feel it in your heart and you hear it like the whole thing's connected.
Yeah, made sense. I'm like, and I looked at it again. I'm like, it's all highlighted, but so thank you.
Right.
That's all.
Good. When I don't want to sound like I'm rubbing this in your face, but when I first had my awakening and I was presented with the course, it was like a book for little children to me. Like my mind was just totally mind blown by the illumination of God, and then this book, and it was just like, well, of course. Why am I even got this book? Why, this is just how things are. It was just a book of common sense. That's how it sort of panned out. It wasn't until I actually had to try and apply it. That was a whole nother thing. But anyway, that's when you realize you've been wearing clown shoes all along,
Or a dunce cap.
Dunce cap, yeah. It's like, oh man, I'm glad no one can see my dunce cap. I'll just fake it till I make it. But,
thank you.
All right, I love you guys. And sure, no one got any question. I get a feeling that there's a thing going on here somewhere. No, that's a good. Jessica, are you good? You got a baby?
Yeah, I have my daughter. I'm great. It's my first time joining, and I'm happy to be here and listen and kind of see the format, and planning to come back and participate more.
How old's your baby?
Well, she's 4.5, actually.
Oh, 4.5.
Yeah.
She's asleep, I'm guessing.
Actually, she's running around, screaming downstairs. Yeah.
Very cool.
It's almost 8 o'clock here. It's still kind of early.
Cool. Filippo. Is that an Italian name?
Hi, Dave. Yes, I'm from Italy.
Italian. Ah, you wrote to me the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful. Glad you made it, brother. Glad you made it. All right. Where are you sitting? You're in a... Oh, that's cupboards. I thought that was a terrace building behind you, but it's cupboards. All right, then we'll leave it there if no one's got anything. Samaya, hey. How you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm perfect. I'm always perfect.
Right.
Just like you.
Thank you. I
Where,
was I was
where you
really
at?
asleep. Hmm?
Oh, where you at?
I'm in Chicago.
No, Chicago, just down the road from Tina. Cool.
Yes. So yeah, I really enjoyed. I joined the meditation right by the end, and it was okay. Then I asked myself, how am I joining everyone? So when you guys were talking, that's how my spirit went away, and I just zoned out, and I kind of had my moment, and a lot of tingling on my skin. So yeah, thank you.
Good, good. Yep,
Yeah.
that's good. Durand, you good, brother? Yep. Nice. All right, we'll leave it there then. Next, I don't think we're going to do one for a couple of weeks because I'm moving out of this house on Saturday coming. And on the Monday, I'm flying to New Zealand. So it's going to be a couple of weeks, Tina. I'll think, but I still want you guys to meet up, right, and do a thing just in the Zoom, even if you guys are just doing the first 50. All right, keep it fresh. So
Keep it fab. Keep it Gucci.
keep it Gucci. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, I have a question.
Oh,
Who's
Sada,
that?
hey.
All right, cool. Right on.
Thanks. It was about because I'm reading the lessons right now, but sometimes I feel like I'm not really grasping what I should be grasping. So I want to know how can I better retain.
What's your lesson today?
Today I'm on lesson 26.
Hang on. Hello? Oh. All right, read your lesson. Hang on, I've got a... hello?
Hi.
Hang on. I've got a phone call, I think. I'll have to call them back. Hello? I'll have to call you back in a minute. I'm just in a meeting.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here from Crystal Borders. Bye.
Okay, thank you. I don't know who that was.
Okay, my
all
lesson for today.
Zeta. Yep, let's read it.
Okay. My attack thoughts are attacking my invulnerability. Keep
Well,
going?
that makes sense, doesn't it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No.
All right.
Halfway. It does halfway.
Okay, keep reading. Well, remember, you're a work in progress, right? So that's the first thing. But Tina will go over this with you when I leave. She'll go over with you about how to read things and how to actually read things, right? How to let them in. Because remember, the mind is of the defensive. The mind is of the forgetting. It's of the rejection, of the denial, and you're always up against that, right? You're entitled to miracles, but purification is necessary first. Okay, so part of the process of purification and getting to that, like where you said, I feel like I'm not really understanding or don't know if I'm understanding the lesson. Part of yourself is putting yourself into it totally, right? Really connecting with the material, because the mind is trained in denial to just connect on the surface, not to be too intimate with the course lessons, with people, with things. You know, we have these relationships that are special relationships, and we have relationships that are just our other relationships, right? And we're intimate with some, and we're not intimate with others. And if there's this kind of invisible line, if we cross the boundary between being intimate with some and then intimate with everybody else, where does our special relationship go? Right? But unconditional love doesn't have special relationships. It's one singular relationship across the board. One love, one people, one heart. You know, so when you're reading, you're always reading from that point of view of being separated from being distant from the material, not giving it the total value. That's why I'm so heavily into putting that narrative forward to give this total value, right? Whatever that is to you. Okay, keep reading.
It is surely obvious that if you can be attacked, you are not invulnerable. You see attack as a real threat. That is because you believe that you can really attack. And what would have effects through you must also have effects on you. It is this law that will ultimately save you, but you are misusing it now. You must therefore learn how it can be used for your own best interests rather than against them.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does.
All right, good. Now stay there in that place for a second. I'm going to go, and Tina's going to pick up where I'm leaving off. All right, Tina, maybe with the guys that want to stay on, do the first 12 in the reviews. All right, and let Seda do a few of those. Let her start off and do a couple. All right, and then Paul and Jen and whoever else might want to stick around for that.
So we'll
All
start
right.
over from 1. Are we going to let her finish this 26 though?
Let her finish this one.
Yeah. Right
Okay,
on.
and you can do the same thing with this one. And
Right
Anna,
on.
Anna can do
Yeah.
the same. Anna can do the same thing, right? Pick a lesson. Good. All right.
I don't
Peace.
know what we're doing. Okay.
Thanks, Dave.
Cool. All right. Is it Seda?
Yes, say that.
Oh my God, it's been so fun talking to you.
Yes,
Chatting
same for
back and
me.
forth. Where are you from, sis?
I'm from New York.
New York, Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
Right on, right on. I remember your address when I sent you the 10
Thank you.
books, 10
Thank
books,
you.
10
Yes,
books,
yes, I have
10
so many books.
books, 10 books, right
Yes,
on.
yes.
All right, so you're gonna start over for me, all right, with
Okay.
26.
Okay.
All right, but check it out. Oh, take a second, all right? All right. You realize who's speaking to you, right?
Tina?
No, when you read this lesson,
Oh.
and yes, but when you read this lesson,
God?
when you read this lesson, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, real talk, real talk.
Yeah.
And he's not talking to anybody but you right now, right? Okay. All right, so you breathe that in. Yes, yes. All right. Yeah, just like that.
Okay.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Yes,
You want me to read now?
please.
My attack thoughts are attacking my invulnerability.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes.
It is surely obvious that if you can be attacked, you are not invulnerable. You see attack as a real threat. Much harder.
Yes. No, listen. That's it right there. Don't correct that. No, no, let that happen.
That is because you believe that you can
Yes.
really attack.
Hmm.
And what would have effects through you must also have effects on you. It is this law. It is this law that will ultimately save you, but you are misusing it now.
Oh,
You must therefore learn how it can be used for your own best interests rather than against them.
yes.
Because your attack thoughts will be projected. You will fear attack. And if you fear attack, you must believe that you are not invulnerable. Attack thoughts therefore make you vulnerable in your own mind, which is where the attack thoughts are.
Read that whole thing again. That sentence right there. Take a second.
Attack thoughts therefore make you vulnerable in your own mind, which is where the attack thoughts are.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, try one more time.
Okay, you're right.
No, whew.
Attack thoughts therefore
Yeah.
make you vulnerable in your own mind, which is where the attack thoughts are.
Oh.
Attack thoughts and invulnerability cannot be accepted together. They contradict each other. The idea for today introduces the thought that you always attack yourself first. If attack thoughts must entail the belief that you are vulnerable, their effect is to weaken you in your own eyes.
Okay. Okay.
Thus, they have attacked your perception of yourself. And because you believe in them, you can no longer believe in yourself.
Okay, now breathe. Yeah, create some space for that. Say that again. Create some space for that. Who's talking to you? Who's talking to you?
Jesus.
Yeah, he's giving you a key. Create some space for that. Let me hear you.
Thus, they have attacked your perception of yourself.
Yes.
And because you believe in them, you can no longer believe in yourself.
Whew. Oh, that's good. Don't move. Let that happen. Create some space, love. Yeah. It's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Go ahead. Yes, I know. What is that? Don't look at it. Just let it happen. Yeah, don't let it happen. Just let it happen. Don't look at it. Remember, you're the denial of what's being said right now. You're the denial. Not you, but you. So it's going to do all this stuff. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just create some space and let that happen. And you don't know what it's supposed to look like. All right. You don't know.
False image of yourself has come to take the place of what you are.
Yes. Yes.
This is a funny book.
It's hilarious.
Practice with today's idea will help you to understand that vulnerability or invulnerability is the result of your own thoughts. Nothing except your thoughts can attack you. Nothing except your thoughts can make you think you are vulnerable. And nothing except your thoughts can prove to you this is not so. Six practice periods are required in applying today's idea. A full 2 minutes should be attempted for each of them. Although the time may be reduced to a minute if the discomfort is too great. Do not reduce it further. The practice period should begin with repeating the idea for today, then closing your eyes and reviewing the unresolved questions whose outcomes are causing you concern. The concern may take the form of depression, worry, anger, a sense of imposition, fear, foreboding, or preoccupation. Any problem, as yet unsettled, that tends to recur in your thoughts during the day is a suitable subject. You will not be able to use very many for any one practice period because a longer time than usual should be spent with each one. Today's idea should be applied as follows. First, name the situation.
You
I'm
ready?
concerned to do it or just to read it?
Why would you just read it?
Oh,
Why would you just read it? Who's talking to you?
Jesus.
Yes. I think you said you wanted to do it. I think you said that. I think you said that. Why would you not do it now? Come on.
My attack thoughts are attacking my invulnerability. I am concerned about. You like it? You like it? Excuse me.
Oh, that's perfect. Gotten upset?
Yeah, my sibling, she's 9, so she has no
Yeah,
peer
so it
pressure.
appears. Yeah, so it seems. So it seems. Your sibling.
I see what you're trying to say.
Yes, yes.
Okay, oh, you're right.
You gotten upset? You gotten upset? You gotten upset?
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
That's okay. Yeah, well, compared to what?
To what I would have thought it was before.
Yeah.
And then I am sorry for the disturbance.
You upset about something?
Um,
What's this lesson, love? What does this lesson ask you to do? This is so, where you go? Oh, this is so perfect. You got an upset.
Okay.
When you gonna apply this lesson?
Okay.
How about now? How about now?
My attack thoughts are attacking my invulnerability.
Okay.
I'm concerned about distractions. I'm afraid that
Yeah, 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 yeah. Look at all of that. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. The slightest sign of discontent. You thought it was a 9-year-old sister. Yeah. What's the next part?
I'm afraid that there are things that will take me off of the path that I think I want to follow.
Okay. What's the next thing? What does he tell you?
He said, my attack thoughts are.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You stay right where you are. You stay right where you are, okay? That's what you think. You think that something could possibly take you off your path, and it's a 9-year-old sister. Look how much energy you got in that. Or I don't know what your sibling is, a sister or brother, but look how much energy. But what does he say? He says that thought
That thought is an attack
is,
on myself.
yes. Say that again. What does he say is an attack on you?
That attack thought.
Yes, but listen. That what? That thought.
That thought is an attack.
On who? Yes. You thought it was a sister or a brother or a sibling. That thought.
That thought.
Yeah.
That thought.
Yeah, yeah. But where is that thought? Don't let the ego slide in there and go, that thought over there. That thought. What thought? Where is that thought? Mm-hmm. So you ain't got to kill nobody. Whoo! You ain't got to kill nobody. That thought. That thought.
That thought.
And what does that thought do?
What did that thought do?
My attack thoughts. My attack thoughts.
My attack thoughts.
Yes. Yeah.
Attack.
Are attacking.
Are attacking my invulnerability.
Amen.
My attack thoughts are attacking my invulnerability.
Amen. Amen. Seda.
Am I?
Seda. What's that?
Said, oh my.
Yeah. But listen, don't move so fast off of all of that, okay? Yeah. He says to do this how many times?
Six
5 or 6.
6 times for 2 minutes.
Yeah. Look how gentle he is. You can easily find 6, right?
Yes. Now I can.
Easily. Yeah. You said you couldn't do this lesson. You just did this lesson.
I did it 3 times a day, but it never felt fulfilled.
Yeah. Well, in an idea of time, you know it, right now you did it.
Yes, finally one.
Yeah. Well. But then look at that thought. Look at that thought. Look at that thought. 1,000 times a day, love. 1,000 times a day. 1,000 times a day. What else is time for?
Right.
Yeah. So that thought and that thought and that thought. That thought attacking my vulnerability. Those thoughts, my thoughts, my attack thoughts. Whew. How many did you find in just those 2 minutes? He's so gentle. He says, just take 2 minutes because you're going to find, you know? So you can do this lesson. You just did this lesson. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. I don't know if it's a lesson or it's in the text, but it's so beautiful. 1,000 times a day, ask who walks with you. Who walks with you? Who walks with me? When you do these lessons, love, I know it's easy to go, 7 steps to spiritual enlightenment. I know it feels like that, but value where this is coming from. Who walks with you? Yeah, who gave this to you? Who's talking to you? Yeah, yeah. All right. I can trust you to do this. What does this what does it tell you to do? 3 times? This is when you only have to do it 3 times? Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once at night. Is this the section? I know it's like 26, so it's early on. So he's real easy with y'all.
I think it started on 24 or 25, then it turned into 2 minutes and then 6 times. But I wasn't
Six times? Oh God. I know.
Yeah.
Just 6 times in a 24-hour span. I don't know what you sleep like 10 hours. So I mean, you know what I mean? So just 6 times, 2 minutes,
Only 6 times.
12 minutes in the whole day. That's all Jesus asked. That's got to count for something. How powerful is that Christ? So just give me 2 minutes. Watch what I can do for you. But you gotta let him join with you, sis. You gotta let him join with you. Your mind will do these every six, it'll do it. And just like you said, I don't feel it. Ego is cool with you doing it and not feeling it at all. It's cool with that. Be a good student. Do it. Do it. Do it. And you will do it. Yeah. It's you. Your will. Don't let the ego fool you. Just let it. Just join with Holy Spirit. Let Jesus do this. Let Holy Spirit do this. That's all you got to do. That's how much you're loved. That's how much you're loved. Let that in. Whew. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Anna. Ooh. Anna. Oh, I'm gonna pass the mic.
So when I asked for guidance about what I was going to read, I heard lesson 91, and I'm on lesson 111 today. And this is actually a part of that lesson. Lesson 111 is a review lesson with the 2 lessons. So I'm going to read the full lesson 91 if that's Gucci. Okay.
So Gucci.
Miracles are seen in light. It is important to remember that miracles and vision necessarily go together. This needs repeating and frequent repeating. It is a central idea in your new thought system and the perception that it produces. The miracle is always there. Its presence is not caused by your vision. Its absence is not the result of your failure to see. It is only your awareness of miracles that is affected. You will see them in the light. You will not see them in the dark. To you, then, light is crucial. While you remain in darkness, the miracle remains unseen. Thus, you are convinced it is not there. This follows from the premise from which the darkness comes. Denial of light leads to failure to perceive it. Failure to perceive light is to perceive darkness. The light is useless to you then. The light is useless to you then, even though it is there. You cannot use it because its presence is unknown to you. And the seeming reality of the darkness makes the idea of light meaningless. To be told that what you do not see is there sounds like insanity. It is very difficult to become convinced that it is insanity not to see what is there and to see what is not there instead. You do not doubt that the body's eyes can see. You do not doubt the images they show you are reality. Your faith lies in the darkness, not the light. How can this be reversed? For you it is impossible, but you are not alone in this. Your efforts, however little they may be, have strong support. Did you but realize how great this strength, your doubt would vanish. Today we will devote ourselves to the attempt to let you feel this strength. When you have felt the strength in you, which makes all miracles within your easy reach, you will not doubt. The miracles your sense of weakness hides will leap into awareness as you feel the strength in you. 3 times today, set aside about 10 minutes for a quiet time in which you try to leave your weakness behind. This is accomplished very simply. This is accomplished very simply as you instruct yourself that you are not a body. This is accomplished. This is accomplished very simply as you instruct yourself that you are not a body. Faith goes to what you want, and you instruct your mind accordingly. Your will remains your teacher, and your will remains your teacher, and your will has all the strength to do what it desires. You can escape the body if you choose. You can experience the strength in you. Oh. Begin the longer practice periods with this statement of true cause and effect relationships. Miracles are seen in light. The body's eyes do not perceive the light. But I am not a body. What am I? The question with which this statement ends is needed for our exercises today. What you think you are is a belief to be undone. But what you really are must be revealed to you. The belief you are a body calls for correction, being a mistake. The truth of what you are calls on the strength in you to bring to your awareness what the mistake conceals. If you are not a body, what are you? You need to be aware of what the Holy Spirit uses to replace the image of a body in your mind. You need to feel something. You need to feel something to put your faith in. You need to feel something to put your faith in as you lift it from the body. You need a real experience of something else. Something more solid and more sure, more worthy of your faith and really there. If you are not a body, what are you? Ask this in honesty and then devote several minutes to allowing your mistaken thoughts about your attributes to be corrected and their opposites to take their place. Say, for example, I am not weak but strong. I am not helpless but all powerful. I am not limited but unlimited. I am not doubtful but certain. I am not an illusion but a reality. I cannot see in darkness but in light. In the second phase of the exercise period, try to experience these truths about yourself. Concentrate particularly on the experience of strength. Remember that all the sense of weakness is associated with the belief you're a body, a belief that is mistaken and deserves no faith. Try to remove the faith from it, if only for a moment. You will be accustomed to keeping faith with the more worthy in you as we go along. Relax for the rest of the practice period, confident that your efforts, however meager, are fully supported by the strength of God. Ooh. Relax for the rest of the practice period, confident that your efforts, however meager, are fully supported by the strength of God and all his thoughts. It is from them that your strength will come. It is through their strong support that you will feel the strength in you. They are united with you in this practice period in which you share a purpose like their own. Theirs is the light in which you will see miracles. Theirs is the light in which you will see miracles because their strength is yours. Their strength becomes your eyes and you may see. 5 or 6 times an hour at reasonably regular intervals, remind yourself that miracles are seen in light. Also, be sure to meet temptation with today's idea. This form would be helpful for this special purpose. Miracles are seen in light. Let me not close my eyes because of this.
Ooh, say, do you hear that?
Oh.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Filippo,
Yes, Tina.
are you doing the workbook lessons yet?
Yes, I'm at the lesson number 7.
Oh my Lord, would you like to read that?
Of course.
Oh, thank you. Let me before you read that. Duran, Yosef, Yusef. Hey, brother. Are you doing your lessons? You there yet? I can't hear you.
I just got book B of the white edition on Fridays, but I haven't started it yet.
Right on. Okay. I just am trying to feel out what we're gonna do right now. So you're gonna listen. Oh, you got book B.
Yep, I got book B.
Oh, then you're gonna do a lesson. All right. What so you said you just started doing it Friday? What you on lesson 3?
No, I haven't done a lesson yet.
Oh, okay. Guess you on lesson 1.
Yep, I'm on lesson 1.
And it's the best one. You get that one, you done. For real, for real. All right. So I'm just thinking what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna come back next week and do the lessons. Yeah, Anna, you feel that? I feel that. Okay. But while we're here, and I'm just looking at the new people first. I know y'all other ones are doing your lesson. We can do yours too. I'm happy to do them all. I just did a recording. I did 153. But right now, Greg Saker says the new one in the room is the most important. So y'all can battle for who's the newest. I don't care. I'm gonna start with Samaya. I know you're out, sweetheart. Are you doing the lessons? I know you're online. You doing the lessons?
Hi, yes, I have a book online, but I didn't
You
start
didn't
yet.
the lessons. Okay. All right. All right. So you're gonna listen.
Okay.
You're gonna want to do these lessons, though. You're gonna want to do these lessons.
I would. Thank you.
You're gonna want to do these lessons. Next week you come back because I sent you the PDF for the first 50.
Yes.
Because we're gonna do the first 50 next week. And
So
the
I
first 50,
actually
check it
have
out.
all of. Okay. Thank you,
I know
though.
you got the whole thing. You got it online. I know, but when you're online, you got to
Yeah.
get to it. I know, like you gotta, it's like
Okay.
really like people skip stuff, they skip the instructions. I'm all about getting you a real book. And luckily, one came in across the sea. So we're gonna get you one. But next week we're gonna do the review of the first 50. And check it out. The first 50 is the entire thought system of the course. We do it as a practice. So the little books that I'm sending you, Yusuf, I'm so sorry. It's taking me a week to get it to you, but I promise, brother, tonight I'm going to get it packed and tomorrow it'll be in the mail.
It's all good.
Filippo, yours is coming from Europe. He's pretty quick though. And I'll send you the PDF in the meantime. Oh, you got a book. You're good. So next week we're going to do the first 50. But right now I just want to hit you
Okay.
guys like to just give you some space to like do your lesson if you want to. And I'd love to hear it. So Filippo, lesson 7 is you?
Yes.
All right on. Okay. Yeah, you should have let it happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see only the past.
Take a second.
Mm.
Just like Seda,
I see only the past.
hold on. Just take a second. And remember
Mm.
who's talking to you.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Whew, that's it.
I see only the past.
Mm.
Uh-huh. This idea is particularly difficult to believe at first.
Hmm.
Yet, yeah. Yet, it is the rationale for all the preceding ones. It is the reason why nothing that you see means anything. It is the reason why you have given everything you see all the meaning that it has for you. It is the reason why you do not understand anything you see. It is the reason why your thoughts do not mean anything and why they are like the things you see. It is the reason why you are never upset for the reason you think.
Oof.
It is the reason why you are upset because you see something that is not there.
Oh gosh. Oh wow. Good.
Yeah, I kind of have glimpses of
That's okay. Don't look at it.
really
Don't give it to the mind.
Okay.
Just let it happen. Good.
All the ideas about time are very difficult to change because everything you believe is rooted in time and depends on your not learning these new ideas about it. Yet, that is precisely why you need new ideas about time. This first time idea is not really so strange as it may sound at first. Look at a cup, for example. Do you see a cup, or are you merely reviewing your past experiences of picking up a cup, being thirsty, drinking from a cup, feeling the rim of a cup against your lips, having breakfast, and so on?
Pause 1 second. This is so good. I really hear you. I really hear you. I really hear this. Youssef, listen to what he's saying. This is so perfect. You're going to do lesson 1. You hear what you just did in lesson 7? No, Yusuf's going to do lesson 1. But did you hear, Filippo, what you did in lesson 7? The previous 6 lessons. The previous 6 lessons. You just gave it to us. Youssef, get ready, all right? Listen to what he's saying. Jesus just gave you a cheat code. He just gave you a cheat code. All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Filippo.
Yes, are not your aesthetic
So good.
reactions to the cup too based on past experiences?
Sorry, do me a favor. Go back. That was so beautiful. Go back. Do that whole thing with the cup.
Look at a cup, for example.
Yes.
Do you see a cup, or are you merely reviewing your past experiences of picking up a cup, being thirsty, and drinking from a cup, feeling the rim of a cup against your lips, having breakfast, and so on? Are not your aesthetic reactions to the cup too based on past experiences? How else would you know whether or not this kind of cup will break if you drop it? What do you know about this cup except that you learned in the past? Except what you learned in the past.
Thank you.
You would have no idea what this cup is except for your past learning. Do you then really see it? Look about you. This is equally true of whatever you look at.
Take a second and go back with that. Go back a couple sentences. You said, hear this. Go back. Couple sentences.
You would have no idea what this cup is except for your past learning. Do you then really see it? Look about you. Look about you. This is equally true of whatever you look at.
You want to say that again?
Mhm.
What did he say?
Do you then really see it? Look about you. This is equally true of whatever you look at.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Acknowledge this by applying this idea for today indiscriminately to whatever catches your eyes. For example, I see only the past in this pencil. I see only the past in this shoe. I see only the past in this hand. I see only the past in this body. I see only the past in that face. Do not linger over any one thing in particular, but remember to omit nothing specifically. Glance briefly at each subject and then move on to the next. 3 or 4 practice periods, each to last a minute or so, will be enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're at lesson 7. You did lesson 1 through 6, right? Yeah. So let's hear lesson 1. We just heard lesson 7. I see only the past. And what did he say? He said, whatever I see. We use the cup, we use the face, we use the body. He said, whatever I see. I think Jesus is careful. I think he's deliberate. It's easy to yeah, of course, this cup. Mm. Yeah, of course there's a remote. He said, whatever I see. And I love when for me, like he says these absolutes, and it's so easy to go, it's hyperbole. I mean, when he says only, you don't really mean only. Is that what he said? I see only. Is that what he said? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Let me see. No, he said, I see only. He said, I see only. For real? For real? For real? Do I act like that? Do I function like that? I see only the past. He says at the first line, my bad. He says, this idea is particularly difficult to believe at first. I need a miracle. I need to do these lessons with the Christ. I need the Holy Spirit to do these with me. Because he says it. He says, I already know who you are. This idea is particularly difficult to believe at first, yet it is the rationale for all of the preceding ones. I didn't even hear that, brother. Thank you so much. I heard it when you said that. I heard it when you said that. That's why Yusef, he gave us a cheat code. You're going to do lesson 1. We get lesson 1, we good. You do lesson 1, brother. You do lesson 1. Listen to what lesson 1's going to say. Oh, so good. Thank you. Ooh.
Nothing I see in this room, on this street, from this window, in this place, means anything. Now look slowly around you and practice applying this idea very specifically to what you see. This table does not mean anything. This chair does not mean anything. This hand does not mean anything. This foot does not mean anything. This pen does not mean anything.
You take a second. Hey, Yusef, when you gonna do the lesson? You gonna save it for later? Try it again. Why don't you do this lesson for me? We all can read.
You want
Try
me
it
to start
again.
from the
Do this
beginning?
lesson. I do. I want you to do this lesson. You just got the book yesterday. Chop, chop, brother. Yes. Oh,
Nothing I see in this room, on this street, from this window, in this place, means anything.
did you take a look? Try it again. You take a look?
Mm.
Yeah, nothing I see in this room, on these streets. It's hard, huh?
Mm.
Mm. Yes, you got to ask for help. You got to ask for help. You got to ask for help. Everything in you does not want to do this lesson. It wants to read it. It's cool with that.
Mm.
I got the book. That's okay. Ask for help, brother. Thank you. Oh, good. Yeah. 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 All of that. All of that. Yes. Good. Good. Good.
Nothing I see in this room,
Hmm. Mm-hmm. There you go.
on this street, from this window, in this place. I can't see outside, it's too dark.
That's okay. You see darkness. Don't mean nothing.
Means anything.
Hmm.
Now look slowly around you and practice applying this idea very specifically to whatever you see.
Okay.
Mm.
You don't have to read these off. There you go. What do you see? This is for you. Hmm. Good.
Then look farther away from your immediate area and apply the idea to a wider range.
Okay.
Notice that these statements are not arranged in any order, and make no allowance for differences in the kinds of things to which they are applied. That is the purpose of the exercise.
Hmm.
The statement is merely applied to anything you see. As you practice applying the idea for the day, use it totally indiscriminately. Do not attempt to apply it to everything you see, for these exercises should not become ritualistic. Only be sure that nothing you see is specifically excluded. One thing is like another as far as the application of the idea is concerned.
Take a second. And what is the idea? The lesson. What is the idea? It's the lesson. Nothing.
Nothing I see means anything.
There you go. What did he just say? One thing is like another as far as the application of the idea is concerned. I'm going to just say this, there's no hierarchy in illusion. Nothing I see means anything. He said nothing and he said anything. And he didn't tell you to think about a temple in Thailand. He told you to look around your room where you find yourself. That's how you got to apply these lessons. It'll become a concept in your mind. It'll be a theory in your mind. Of course, nothing in Rome means anything. Of course. Nothing in this room, this window, on these streets. Nothing I see means anything. I'm just going to say something because I see something. Is that a baby thing behind you? Oh, wow. You didn't look at that. There's no hierarchy in illusions, though. But wow. Wow. That might mean something, right? You got a baby?
Yep, 2 of them.
Yeah, woo, you got 2. Wow. He says nothing. He says, look around your room. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. We just ask for help. We just breathe. Oh, I know. I know. I know. I know. All right. You're gonna do this lesson tomorrow, but finish up. I just wanted to call you out. I mean, not call you out, call myself out. Because I heard you when you said that. One thing is like another as far as the idea is concerned. I'm sorry, one thing is like another as far as the application of the idea is concerned. We must apply these ideas. That's how we know that they're effective. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Each of the first 3 lessons should not be done more than twice a day, preferably morning and evening, nor should they be attempted for more than a minute or so, unless
Wow.
that entails a sense of hurry. A comfortable sense of leisure is essential.
Thank you. Look how sweet Jesus is, though. How sweet he is. What did he say? Just a minute. Just do 1 minute. These first 3 lessons, just a little bit. Because do you see how uncomfortable that is? I mean, that's the only thing is to really right now is just look at your own denial. Why is that so difficult? Because your whole world is gone. Your whole world is gone. Jesus knows that. He says, God, be gentle, be gentle, be gentle. I got you. I'm going to give you 365 lessons. Be easy, be easy. Thank you for your willingness. You're going to do this tomorrow. What you're going to also do, I'm going to read the introduction real quick. And I just want to encourage, Samaya, that's why I kept saying to you, like, girl, I know you got the online. I know it's real. Almost everybody I know that does it online, they don't even see. I'll be talking about what's in the introduction. They're like, what are you talking about? What introduction? It's easy to miss it because the ego wants you to miss it. It wants you to miss it. I'm just going to read the instructions, the introduction, which are the instructions. And I would, Nashua, I know you knew too. You want to do your lesson? I'm going to read the
Yeah,
instructions
the one
first,
I'm on
though.
now, or
Yeah, whatever one you're on, because we're gonna next week we're gonna do the whole thing. But I want to read the instruction first, okay? And then I'm gonna give you an opportunity to do it. All right. All right. So check it out. Oh God. This is what Jesus gave us. This is the introduction to these 365 lessons, or at least the first part of it. He says, a theoretical foundation, such as the text provides, is necessary as a framework to make the exercises in this workbook meaningful. Yet, it is doing the exercises that will make the goal of the course possible. An untrained mind can accomplish nothing. It is the purpose of this workbook to train your mind to think along the lines the text sets forth. The exercises are very simple. They do not require a great deal of time, and it does not matter where you do them. They need no preparation. I'm sorry, I want to stop because I want to get the sparkly edition of this because it's different in the sparkly edition. So hold up. Oh man, where's my book? Oh, here it is. That line just hit me where it's like, doesn't matter where you do it. I think it says the same thing, but it says something else too in the sparkly. So let's do it this way. And it don't get caught up in which version you got. There's enough truth in any of them to, if you want it, you'll get it. All right, here it is. All right. Thank you. A theoretical foundation, such as the text, is necessary as a background to make these exercises meaningful. Yet it is the exercises that will make the goal possible. An untrained mind can accomplish nothing. It is the purpose of these exercises to train the mind to think along the lines which the course sets forth. The exercises are very simple. They do not require more than a few minutes, and it does not matter where you do them. They require no preparation. They are numbered, running from 1 to 365. The training period is 1 year. Do not undertake more than one lesson a day. Do not undertake more than one lesson a day. The purpose of the workbook is to train the mind to a different perception of everything in the world. The workbook is divided into 2 sections. The first, dealing with the undoing of what you see now. And the second, with the restoration of sight. It is recommended that each lesson be repeated several times each day, preferably in a different place each time. And if possible, in every situation in which you spend any long period of time. The purpose is to train the mind to generalize the lessons so that you will understand that each of them is as applicable to one situation as it is to another. Unless specified to the contrary, the exercises should be practiced with the eyes open, since the aim is to learn how to see. The only rule that should be followed throughout is to practice the exercises with great specificity. Each one applies to every situation in which you find yourself and to everything you see in it. I'll say that again. The only rule that should be followed throughout is to practice the exercises with great specificity. Each one applies to every situation in which you find yourself and to everything you see in it. Each day's exercises are planned around one central idea. The exercises consisting of applying that idea to as many specifics as possible. I'm going to say that again. That's good. Each day's exercises are planned around one central idea. The exercises consisting of applying that idea to as many specifics as possible. Be sure that you do not decide that there are some things you see to which the idea for the day is inapplicable. The aim of the exercises will always be to increase the application of the idea to everything. This will not require effort. Oh, this will not require effort. Only be sure that you make no exceptions in applying the idea. Favorite part right here. Some of the ideas you may find hard to believe, and others will seem quite startling. It does not matter. You are merely asked to apply them to what you see. You are not asked to judge them, nor even to believe them. You are merely asked to use them. It is their use which will give them meaning to you and show you they are true. Remember only this: you need not believe them. You need not accept them. And you need not welcome them. Some of them you may actively resist. None of this will matter, nor decrease their efficacy, but allow yourself to make no exceptions in applying the ideas the exercises contain. Whatever your reactions to the ideas may be, use them. Nothing more. Nothing more. Nothing more than this is required. Jesus had to say that twice. He said the same thing twice in that paragraph. How little that you have to do, how little is asked. Just do it. Just do it. Oh, okay, so I would encourage reading this often and watch your own denial. That's it. All you can do is really watch your own denial. You're going to judge these. You're going to go, it's not really, not this one. Yeah, well, he don't really mean this. Just watch that. That's all you got to do. Just watch it and go, oh, okay. And remember, you ain't got to believe it. Just do it. He's got you. It's not going to be your own thing. It's not going to be you. And if you could do these lessons, you wouldn't need these lessons. I just want to say that. If you could do them, you wouldn't need them. You wouldn't need this course. So just get ready for that. Just know that. Just know that you're going to have to ask for help. If you didn't need to ask for help, then you wouldn't need these lessons. So, all right, cool. Right on, right on, right on. I got Nashua. What lesson you on, brother?
23.
23?
Yeah.
Oh, this is so good. We are all in the, whew. This is good, y'all. God is good. We're right here where we need to be. Lesson 23. Come on.
Okay. I can escape the world I see by
Oh, you can
giving
hold
up
up. Hold on. Give me a second. Ooh. This lesson right here. You got to take a second. All right. You take a second. You breathe this in.
I can escape the world I see by giving up attack thoughts. I can escape from the world I see by giving up attack thoughts.
Yes, that's huge.
Yeah. The idea for today contains that the only way out of fear that will ever succeed, nothing else will work. Everything else is meaningless. But this way cannot fail. Every thought you have makes up some segment of the world you see. It is with your thoughts then that we must work if your perception of the world is to be changed.
Stop right there. Can you read that whole thing again? You hear what he said? Can you read that whole thing again? You hear what he said? Yeah. Can you read that for me again?
Yeah.
It's everything.
In the beginning, yeah, I can escape from the world I see by giving up attack thoughts.
Okay.
The idea for today contains the only way out of fear that will ever succeed. Nothing else will work. Everything else is meaningless. But this way cannot fail. Every thought you have makes up some segment of the world you see. It is with your thoughts then that we must work if your perception of the world is to be changed. The cause of the world you see is attack thoughts. You must learn that it is these thoughts which you do not want. There is no point in lamenting the world. There is no point in trying to change the world. It is incapable of change because it is merely an effect. But there is indeed a point in changing your thoughts about the world. Here
Ooh,
you are changing the cause.
there you go.
If the effect will change automatically. The world you see is a vengeful world, and everything in it is a symbol of vengeance. Each of your perceptions of external reality is a pictorial representation of your own attack thoughts. One can well ask if this can be called seeing. It is not fantasy a better word for such a process, and hallucination a more appropriate term for the result?
Ah, I never heard that. Say that again.
Is not fantasy a better word for such a process, and hallucination a more appropriate term for the result?
Ah,
You see the world that you have made, but you do not see yourself as the image maker. You cannot be saved from the world, but you can escape from its cause. This is what salvation means. For where is the world you see when its cause is gone? Vision already holds a replacement for everything you think you see now. Loveliness can light your images and so transform them that you will love them, even though they were made of hate. For you will be not making them alone. The idea for today introduces the thought that you are not trapped in the world you see because its cause can be changed. This change requires first that the cause be identified, then let go, so that it can be replaced. The first two steps in this process require your cooperation. The final one does not. Your images have already been replaced. By taking the first two steps, you'll see that this is so. Besides using it throughout the day as the need arises, 5 practice periods are required in applying today's idea. As you look about, repeat the idea slowly to yourself first, and then close your eyes and devote about a minute to searching the mind for as many attack thoughts as occur to you. As each one crosses your mind, say, I can escape from the world I see by giving up my attack thoughts about. Hold each attack thought in the mind as you say this, then dismiss it. Dismiss that thought and go on to the next. In the practice periods, be sure to include both your thoughts of attacking and being attacked. Their effects are exactly the same.
all right.
Because
You want to go back and do it?
Yeah.
All right. Good on you. So go back. This is huge. I can escape from the world by giving up attack thoughts about,
About my job. About about
well, okay. What is it? What else does he say? It says, hold each attack thought in mind as you say this, and then dismiss that thought and go on to the next. So don't be so quick. Hold that thought in your mind. I have that same attack thought. I'm going to do it with you.
can escape from what I see by giving up my attack thoughts about my job. Hold each attack thought in mind as you say this, and then dismiss that thought and go on to the next.
The next part is really good. Look at what that says. That's so good. The next sentence. Say that next sentence.
In the practice periods, be sure to include both your thoughts of attacking and of being attacked.
That's a whole mind. That's a whole mind. That's a whole mind. Yeah.
Their effects are exactly the same because they are exactly the same.
There it is. Yeah.
You do not recognize this as yet, and you are asked at this time only to treat them as the same in today's practice periods. We are still at the stage of identifying the cause of the world you see. When you finally learn that thoughts of attack and of being attacked are not different, you will be ready to let the cause go.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
So that's your lesson for today?
Yeah.
All right. You'll be about it, yeah?
Oh,
I
so
feel your
good.
heart. I feel your heart. I feel your heart. I feel your heart. That's so good that part though. There's so much that I heard when you read it. Thank you, brother. And so much I heard that I didn't hear before. It's so helpful. Thank you guys, all of you guys. Um, it's your sincerity that allows me to hear things. It's never one way, it's never one direction. You know what I mean? It couldn't be. And I just am so grateful. I love what I just heard though. I love that. And I think you solved the koan for me. I think you did. Oh, their effects are exactly the same because they are exactly the same. Attack and being attacked. Yeah. Attacked and being attacked. I just did lesson 153, I told you, and it says the same thing. Every single thing he says is the same thing over and over again. I'm so dense.
With that
I
point
love.
where they, with the point of the rebounding nature of that, like if there's a force going forward and it's rebounding back, keeps throwing it and it keeps rebounding back. Is seeing those two is where that timeline collapses.
Maybe let's see. Maybe let's see. Let's just do what he said. Let's just apply and see. I'm gonna figure it out ahead of time. I'm gonna get ready for it. How about I just let it happen? I'd prefer that. But actually, I guess I wouldn't because I do the same thing, brother. Let me just think about this first because I want to be safe. I want to know what's going to happen. But yeah, why not just let it happen? As soon as I start to look at it, then I'm not in it. I'm looking at it and I'm safe. Just what the ego wants me to do. Look at it and stay Tina. How about I let it happen? He says that. Just you do it. You do it. And I'll show it to you. But I keep wanting to know it first. Knowledge will dawn. Knowledge will dawn. Just like you're a scripture guy. Just like Paul on the road to Damascus, right? Just like Paul, the dross fell from his eyes. He ain't pulled stuff away. And he was doing the wrong, I mean, you know, in the world, like he was on the wrong side. He wasn't on Jesus' side. It don't matter. It don't matter. Jesus was like, I need you. I need you. You strong for the other side. I need you. Jesus don't see other sides though. I mean, I'm you know what I mean? I'm just talking. But Jesus was like, I don't care. I need you. Dross fell from his eyes. That's all. That's all. That's all. So let the dross fall from your eyes. Don't try to understand it first. Your understanding is a poor contribution to the truth. That's what it says. You still believe that your understanding can contribute to the truth. It can't. It can't. Let it happen. And just watch. Just watch the mind that, wants to pop out and look at it. That's what we're up against. That's what we're up against. That's all right. Because we don't do this alone. 1,000 times a day, who walks with me? 1,000 times a day. Ask who's walking with you, who's doing these lessons 1,000 times a day. Every time I pick up this book, I got to ask, because it seems like it's just, iambic pentameter. It seems like this is Jesus. It's the Christ mind. At least I have to look at it that way. I have to feel that way. Dana, you want to read before we go? You still here? I love you. You good? Yeah, okay. Don't be nice. Ah, I love that. There was a satsang with Muji Baba. It was so good. It was a satsang with Muji Baba. And he was like, anybody got anything? And this guy stood up. And this girl stood up too. And the guy was like, oh, you go ahead. And Muji was like, what are you doing? What is this niceties? You have an opportunity for your mind to wake up right now, and you're going to give it away to somebody else? I'm just saying, Dana, don't be nice.
I'm not being nice. I'm just
You don't give
listening
me
to
points of being nice. Okay. I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
the beginning lessons that you've, oops, power mode.
Well, let me finish this story because it was so good. Let me just finish this story because this is what happened. Like, he's like, of course the world goes, oh, that's so nice. He's going to let her go first. Muji's like, you miss your chance. It ain't coming around. And he's like, oh, well, no, I'll take it. She says, no, you missed your chance. Don't miss your chance. Don't miss your chance being nice. The ego wants you to miss your chance. Every time you pick up this book, it's your chance. When you're not picking up this book, it's your chance. Don't miss your chance. Every opportunity is the opportunity for the miracle. Every single thing in your life is an opportunity. Every single thing can be used. Don't compartmentalize your life. Don't think that it's on Sunday when you come to the satsang. Every single thing is working for you. God is good. God is good. If I don't see God, if I don't see the goodness of God, then I'm wrong. I need a miracle. I need help. Every single thing. So don't let somebody else take the mic.
I just don't even know what lesson I'm on. I'm just trying to think what lesson because I'm doing so
pick a lesson. Pick a lesson, love.
The one it's long, but hold on. Oh, that one's so long.
What lesson you on?
It's lesson 186.
You don't have to be on a.
It's just
Okay.
really, I don't, but I think since
Did
we're
you do
closer.
it? Are you doing it? Are you doing it?
Yes, I'm kind of staying on
Don't
that one.
don't pass the mic.
I was gonna maybe go to
Don't
a
be a
different
nice.
one.
Don't be because you want to be nice. Girl, please come on now.
Okay. All right. Salvation of the world depends on me.
Girl, you were not going to read that lesson. Please take a second. Take a second. You were going to not read that lesson? Yes. So just look at the action of the mind. Just look at the action of the mind. Thank you. Thank you.
Salvation of the world depends on me. Ooh. Here is the statement that will one day take all arrogance away from every mind. Here is the thought of true humility, which holds no function as your own, but that which has been given you. It offers your acceptance of a part assigned to you without insisting on another role. It does not judge your proper role. It but acknowledges the will of God is done on earth as well as heaven. It unites all wills on earth in heaven's plan to save the world, restoring it to heaven's peace. Let us not fight our function. We did not establish it. It is not our idea. The means are given us by which it will be perfectly accomplished. All that we are asked to do is to accept our part in genuine humility and not deny with self-deceiving arrogance that we are worthy.
Oh, read that again, Dana.
I know.
But that just played out. That just played out. But do you hear what he's calling that?
Yes.
My humbleness,
yes.
I can't. Yeah. Read that again, sweet love. It's perfect.
Yes.
No, read that again.
All that we are asked to do is to accept our part in genuine humility and not deny with self-deceiving arrogance that we are worthy. What is given us to do, we have the strength to do.
Amen.
Our minds are suited perfectly to take the part assigned to us by one who knows us well. Today's idea may seem quite sobering until you see its meaning. All it says is that your Father still remembers you and offers you the perfect trust he holds in you who are his son. It does not ask that you be different in any way from what you are. What could humility request but this? And what could arrogance deny but this? Today, we will not shrink from our assignment on the species grounds that modesty is outraged. It is pride that would deny the call of God himself. All fake humility we lay aside today that we may listen to God's voice reveal to us what he would have us do. We do not doubt our adequacy for the function he will offer us. We will be certain only that he knows our strengths, our wisdom, and our holiness. And if he deems us worthy, so we are. It is but arrogance that judges otherwise. There is one way, and only one, to be released from the imprisonment your plan to prove the false is true has brought to you. Accept the plan you did not make instead. Accept the plan you did not make instead. Judge not your value to it. If God's voice assures you that salvation needs your part and that the whole depends on you, be sure that it is so. The arrogant must cling to words, afraid to go beyond them to experience which might affront their stance. Yet are the humble free to hear the voice which tells them what they are and what to do. Arrogance makes an image of yourself that is not real. It is this image which quails and retreats in terror as the voice for God assures you that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the holiness to go beyond all images. You are not weak, as is the image of yourself. You are not ignorant and helpless. Sin cannot tarnish the truth in you, and misery cannot come near the holy home of God. Oh, we're so loved. All this voice for God relates to you, and as he speaks, the image trembles and seeks to attack the threat it does not know, sensing its basis crumble. Let it go. Salvation of the world depends on you and not upon this little pile of dust. What can it tell the Holy Son of God? Why need to be concerned with it at all? And so we find our peace. We will accept the function of God has given us. For all illusions rest upon the weird belief that we can make another for ourselves. Our self-made roles are shifting, and they seem to change from mourner to ecstatic bliss of loved and loving. We can laugh or weep and greet the day with welcome or with tears. Our very being seems to change as we experience 1,000 shifts in mood, and our emotions raise us high indeed or dash us to the ground in hopelessness. Is this the Son of God? Could he create such instability and call it Son? He who is changeless shares his attributes with his creation. All the images his Son appears to make have no effect on what he is. They blow across his mind like windswept leaves that form a patterning, an instant, a break apart to group again. That form a patterning an instant, break apart again, and scamper off. Or like mirages seen above a desert, rising from the dust. These unsubstantial images that will go and leave your mind unclouded and serene when you accept the function given to you. The images you make give rise to but conflicting goals, impermanent and vague, uncertain and ambiguous. Who could be constant in this efforts or direct his energies and concentrated drive towards goals like these? The function which the world esteems are so uncertain that they change 10 times an hour at their most secure. What hope of gain can rest on goals like this? In lovely contrast, certain as the sun's return each morning to dispel the night, your truly given function stands out clear and wholly unambiguous. There is no doubt of its validity. It comes
Take your
from
time. Take your time.
There is no doubt of its validity. It comes from one who knows no error.
Thank you.
And his voice is certain of its messages. They will not change nor be in conflict. All of them point to one goal and one you can attain. Your plan may be impossible, but God's can never fail because he is at its source.
Okay, say that again.
Your plan may be impossible, but God's can never fail because he is its source. Do
Say
as
that
his
one more
voice.
time. Listen to what how this whole thing started. Say that again. Your
Your,
plan, what?
your plan may be impossible, but God's can never fail because he is its source.
There you go.
Do as his voice directs. And if it asks a thing of you that seems impossible, remember who it is that asks and who would make denial. Then consider this. Which is more likely to be right? The voice that speaks for the creator of all things, who knows all things exactly as they are, or a distorted image of yourself, confused, bewildered, inconsistent, and unsure of everything. Oh, let not his voice direct you. Hear instead a certain voice which tells you of a function given by your creator, who remembers you and urges that you now remember him.
Please read that again. That part again. Read that again.
Here
But
instead.
Dana, please, don't defend against what's just being read right now. Please don't defend against this.
Okay.
Please don't. Just really open up.
Here.
No, hold on. Just really just breathe right now. Just breathe right now. Just let that hit your heart. I can hear you understand it. I can hear it. You understand it. Please let it hit your heart. It's no mistake you reading this one.
I know.
It's too obvious.
Hear instead a certain voice which tells you a function given you by your creator, who resembles you and urges that you now remember him.
What does it say? What verse is this?
186.
I thought so.
To listen to the voice and not my mind. His gentle voice is calling from the known to the unknowing. He would comfort you, although he knows no sorrow.
Oh, Dana, I'm sorry. I really need you to read that last sentence of the paragraph before.
Hear instead a certain voice which tells you of a function given by your creator, who remembers you and urges that you now remember him.
Say that again. Just that. After the comma, who remembers you and urges.
Who remembers you and urges that you now remember him. On me.
Yeah, who remembers you. He knows you. He knows you. He knows you. He's urging you. He's urging you to remember him.
Yes.
He has not changed his mind about you. He has not changed his mind about you. He wants you to remember him. How do you even read the next line? I'm sorry, that's why I'm stuck on that line.
No, I've withheld
I'm
it for
stuck
so
on that
long.
line. Yes,
I've withheld it for so long.
Let that happen.
I can't.
Yeah, you can. Breathe.
Everything but the kitchen sink came at me for me not to
Okay. He's working on you right now. Hear me, hear him. He says, let not its voice direct you. Hear instead a certain voice which tells you of a function given you by he's talking to you, by your creator, who remembers you and urges that you now remember him.
Yeah. Nothing else matters. Nothing.
Don't give it to the
Yes.
mind. Just
The love is,
yeah.
it's seeping in. The love is
Oh,
like
don't give it to the
seeping. Oh,
mind. Don't
not
give it to
this
the
love.
mind. Don't give it to the mind. Defense looks like a lot of stuff. Don't give it to the mind. Just let that happen.
Oh,
Now read the rest, love.
gosh.
Oh, God. Oh, it keeps going. His gentle voice.
Okay.
Hmm.
His
Don't
gentle
recur.
voice, his,
Yes.
his gentle voice is calling from the known to the unknowing. He would comfort you, although he knows no sorrow. He would make a restitution, though he is complete, a gift to you, although he knows that you have everything already. He has thoughts which answer every need his son perceives,
Oh, God.
although he sees them not. For love must give, and what is given in his name takes on the form most useful in a world of form. These are the forms which never can deceive, although they come from formlessness itself. Forgiveness is an earthly form of love, which, as it is in heaven, has no form. Yet what is needed here is given here as it is needed. In this form, you can fulfill your function. Even in this form, you can fulfill your function even here. Although what love will mean to you when formlessness has been restored to you is greater still. Salvation of the world depends on you who can forgive. Such is your function here. So powerful. That lesson
Yeah.
got me. Ah, thank you.
Hmm. Thank you. Hi. Okay. Thank you guys. Um, I'm full and I'm so grateful. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna sit here and y'all can sit with me as long as you want to. But next week I'll make sure, well, everybody's got a book. Everybody's got something. Everybody will have the review lessons. And we'll do something of that next week if you decide to join. And I would love if you did. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for your willingness. Do your lessons.